Mm. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, acting DG and your team. I think we should now start. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, good morning. We have only 2 items on our agenda. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members. We have a busy day today, and therefore we are going to be very, very, very strict on time. Our agenda actually does not have a lot. It's just that we we have only 2 items. That is the briefing by the department on the program of rural development, and then we'll be considering our outstanding minutes. I will ask the secretary of the committee to actually read apologies if there are any.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning to the acting DG and the department as a whole. We have apologies from Honorable Nana. He is busy with by-elections, and apologies from Honorable Ndalane due to illness. And we received an apology from the Minister Nyonto. He has a cabinet meeting to attend, and the Deputy Minister due to illness. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, can I actually present this agenda for your adoption? It's got just 2 items, as I said. It's a briefing by the department and actually the consideration of the minutes. Honorable Nyambos.
Yes, please, Chair, note also the Mr. Van Wyk, Honorable Van Wyk. He asked that we should register his apology from PA.
Honorable Van Wyk's apology is noted. Honorable Adams. Can you speak to the mic?
Sorry, and the apology of Honorable Lucas. She have a meeting this morning. Thank you.
An apology for Honorable Isaac. It's actually noted. I will then take this opportunity to ask the department to actually do their presentation. Thank you. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I didn't hear that we adopt the agenda, so I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Oh,
we just
oh, thank you.
The apologies.
Well, thank you for that omission. Any seconder for the adoption of the agenda? Thank you, Honorable Dr. Bosso. Thank you. Over to you, Deputy Acting DG.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the honourable members and to the colleagues that have joined today from the department. The department is appearing before the Portfolio Committee in response to your formal letter requesting a comprehensive briefing on the Rural Development Programme of the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. The focus then, as per the letter, looks at the review of the implementation between 2019 and 2024, and then also an outline of the current structure and the operating logic that's in place for 25-26 financial year. The presentation that we will provide today obviously draws on departmental reports, audited records of past years, and our formally adopted planning instruments, which DDG Moyo will further elaborate on. During the reporting period, the rural function was embedded in the former Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and this is now transitioned into the distinct branch for the first time, as DDG Moyo will explain, that's rural development. In the past, it was rural infrastructure development and enterprise development, and now we have a branch in this administration called rural development. Chairperson, before turning to the technical briefing, I just want to reflect on what makes this portfolio structurally complex. Rural underdevelopment is not just a result of administrative oversight. Rural underdevelopment is more embedded in spatial dysfunction, fragmented planning, and unequal service distribution throughout the country. In many rural districts, people still live outside the reach of emergency responses, reliable infrastructure, and stable public services. And these challenges are everyday challenges and the realities of communities on the ground that remain at the attention of the department and many major programs in the country. And despite all these challenges, I think what you're going to see in the presentation, a shift from the agriculture, land reform and rural development to a more coordinated function across all spheres of government in line with the Constitution. Therefore, our role is not one just of coordination, integration, strategic oversight, but we also, at times, provide catalytic project support to rural communities when others, when I say others, I mean others in terms of other departments cannot. I think at this stage, I just want to mention a specific example from my long past in rural development, and that was the example of the water pipeline to Rimfasma. The Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation at that stage could not or did not budget within a financial year or 2 financial years for the water pipeline to be constructed. So we signed an agreement with them, we constructed the water pipeline, and when the pipeline was finished, Water and Sanitation then went and put the pumping station in at the right time. So that's the kind of catalytic projects when we refer to that. I think the mandate that we have then is guided by the Constitution's recognition of the distinct roles across national, provincial and local and traditional institutions. These spheres are expected to work in partnership while maintaining their respective authorities. The department's approach, therefore, is to emphasize coordination and alignment across the spheres, and not the centralization of responsibilities. And you'll see that in terms of the work that DDG Moyo is running, that's where we are. I'm going to just move on then. I think one of the important things about the rural development is that it cannot only be interpreted from a lens of agriculture. And our disengagement from the Department of Agriculture reaffirms this. There's a lot more happening in these spaces, and we can look at tourism, mining, renewable energy, environmental services, digital infrastructure. So any narrow framing undercuts the full developmental potential of these rural landscapes. I think the work then finally will be presented by DDG Moyo. I think I've got too much to say. It will be better if I hand over to DDG Moyo. The team that joins her today is the Chief Director, Calvin Naidu, who does rural infrastructure work and is also a Chief Director that looks after a specific region in the country, known as Region 2. Then we've got Mr. Nayo Mashaba, who's the Acting Chief Director for the Youth Development Program, which is called NARISEC. We've got Dr. Daphne Mayende Bosch, who's the Chief Director, Technology, Research and Development. And then we also have the DDG Corporate Services in the house, and a number of other stakeholders, including the ministry. So, DDG Moyo, Chair, with your permission, I'll give over to DDG Moyo. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. The acting DG, I think, have outlined this slide just in terms of the letter that we'll be talking to the rural development mandate. We also will be talking about the map in terms of the districts that are of high poverty vulnerability and the challenges there. There was a request to speak to legislation and policy provisions that guides the work of rural development, an assessment of where we are with the NDP 2030 as well as the CRDP. We'll also be highlighting the key pillars that drive the integrated rural development sector strategy, which is the core framework for all the programs that we do. We're reflecting on what we have achieved in the last 5 years, and what is the MTDP targets, as well as the APP and operational plans of the branch. We'll also be speaking to the current structure after the NMOC was completed from 1st April, and the posts that we have, both the filled and the vacant, the budgets, as well as the challenges and our recommendation for intervention that's required to address the challenges. This slide, Chairperson and members, just highlights that we're working within the 3 priorities of government in this current administration. And we're also talking to the definition of rural development that, as outlined in a NSDF approved by Cabinet, that is the planned interventions that are aimed at improving the quality of lives, both your social and economic well-being of people living in rural areas, mostly under traditional councils and in communal land. We're saying rural development is multi-dimensional and multifaceted process that's not only looking at economic growth, but looking at social, environmental, and cultural dimensions. It's a holistic approach that needs to consider diverse needs and aspirations of rural communities. And we're saying that key to it is the social facilitation of local communities to ensure that they participate in the development of their own, of themselves, but also tailored to specific contexts and needs of the community, which means the program of rural development in one district would be not identical to the other while dealing with the same core issues. Lastly, we're saying rural development is a concurrent function that has to be implemented by all spheres of government with clear roles and responsibilities aligned to the powers and functions as outlined in the Constitution. In terms of what we do as a branch, there are 3 key areas that we focus on. The first one is a function of a national department around development of policy, legislation, framework, strategies, norms and standards. We also do research and development, oversight and reporting. Then we also do facilitate, coordinate, but also foster integration, alignment and collaboration for public and private sector programs and projects in line with the integrated rural development strategy and the CRTP. What we are saying is that the work of rural development, as much as it's the responsibility of government, we need to bring in private sector, civil society, and all the stakeholders in ensuring that we have an inclusive and integrated rural development. The third bullet largely speaks to our APP of, while we do the work of policy, frameworks, oversight, reporting, R&D, while we bring in all the stakeholders, But there are areas where we as a department see the need to bring catalytic interventions on areas where we have seen gaps, not negating the mandate of the departments who are mandated by the Constitution, but we do this rural development coordination, alignment, and integration on the work of all spheres of government. We also have a section called Disaster Technical Tools and System. It's a directorate we inherited from agriculture, which just started with us from the 1st of April, which looks at looking at your norms and standards in terms of disaster management in rural areas. It also ensures that we have awareness sessions with the rural communities on how to deal with disasters. Then we have the rural infrastructure development, and this particular branch has got the two regions. Region 1, which deals with your coastal. It's refusing. It's not the laptop, he had connected your Teams. He had connected your Teams.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Well, honorable members, we seem to be having that technical glitch. I'm sure they are attending to them. Is it over now, or it's been fixed?
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Apologies. I think they had connected somebody on Teams and it was reflecting from their side that they are losing connections. Apologies, we have disconnected that now. So I was speaking to the issue of rural infrastructure to say the branch, the chief directorates, the two for Region 1 and Region 2 are doing catalytic projects in terms of rural infrastructure, acknowledging that the mandate of infrastructure in the country lies with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as the Department of Transport with regard to some of the roads. But there are areas where we think they are not reaching in rural areas, and we then bring in as an intervention from our side. Then there's NARISEC and Rural Skills Development. Members will remember in the last administration, it was just NARISEC, which meant it spoke only to the incubation of youth that goes through the defense. We have added the Rural Skills Program to allow us to have training sessions in areas where we cannot take youth for the period of a year, but in between we can have training programs working with other departments in various villages, including with traditional leaders. Then we have technology research and development. It's also a mandate of the Department of Science and Innovation. We work very closely with them when it comes to issues of innovation and science in rural areas. We collaborate, and we will share with you members some of the work we have done together with CSIR as well as the Department of Science and Innovation. Then with rural industrial development, this is the new target of MTDP, which we did present when we presented the APP, but we'll go into detail about what is the work contained under that. This slide, in terms of the role of provincial, we have mentioned that it's a concurrent function. What we just shared is what we do at national level. But in terms of the constitution, provincial government have got powers and functions to implement rural development. And if you look at chapter 6, section 104 BI, it indicates that the provincial legislation for each province have got the powers and function to pass policies, programs that relates to rural development. In Schedule 4, we have a number of functions that are concurrent, including agriculture and rural development, as well as Schedule 5. So here we are demonstrating that constitutionally, the province has a role to play in implementing rural development. In Chapter 7, it speaks about the role of local government, ensuring there's that integration and alignment between what national government does and supporting provinces and municipalities. That speaks about ensuring that there's provision of services to communities, both urban and rural, in a sustainable manner, providing social and economic development, issues around safety and health, as well as issues relating to making sure that communities be part of their development. The constitution provides for provinces to have their own policies, legislation, frameworks that relate to rural development. It also makes sure that they are part of the implementing the strategy, the 6 pillars, in their own province-specific context and issues. Then lastly, is to ensure that there's alignment between the strategy pillars, CRDP, and their province-specific growth and development programs that they would have approved as the provincial ESCO led by the premiers, that whatever they do in their growth and development strategy, we would want to see the work that they do in any one of the the 6 pillars that we have outlined. Then also that we have to work with districts and municipalities in the implementation of your municipal integrated development plans and the LED. So we see it as our responsibility to work with the province and municipality to ensure that we align the LED plans that they have as well as the IDPs to ensure that we realize the objective of an integrated rural development. This map that we are showing members is the map that has been developed from States SA with input from SPLUM, Special Planning and Land Use Management in the branch. That highlights those red pockets. It's where, in terms of the census and the surveys they've done, indicates there's high poverty vulnerability. In fact, we do have a map that shows the actual wards where we, as much as the yellow and the light blue have got poverty pockets, but those are the reds where we need to make sure as we intervene, we focus on. We have used this map when we recruit for NARISEC in this current financial year, and we will share it as we go through. It also indicates that our mandate is still the 44 rural districts. We know that there are 8 metros which are classified as urban, but within those metros there are pockets that of rurality that we also need to focus on. And in terms of the State SA census of 2022, it indicates there's just over 31% of people living in rural areas. In these slides, members, we've just highlighted the programs that we do, what challenges are they responding to that are facing rural areas. The issue of poverty, inequality, and unemployment continues. The issue of inadequate infrastructure, and we have highlighted that in our strategy as a priority. The issue of land and tenure security, which is the mandate of our department, remains a problem and a challenge that needs to be addressed, very critical to issues around integrated rural development. The issue on economic development, as much as municipalities have got LEDs, we have not thus far seen a lot of impact from those. Hence, we are saying there must be alignment between what national government does in these municipal spaces, aligned to the provincial growth and development strategy, as well as the LEDs. So we are working with COCTA to ensure that there's that alignment. The issues around rural governance, members would remember the issues of overlapping authority, powers and functions between traditional leaders and councillors, elected local government. The tensions around land rights, governance, control and service delivery are issues that we thought is important for us to deal with. We have experienced this, I think, head on when we were recruiting for NARISEC for the current financial year, where we brought both the councillors and the traditional leaders to be part of selection and recruitment of young people. In some cases, the traditional will say, if the councillor is in the room, I'm not participating, or vice versa. The councillor says, I'm not going to be part of it. We know that COCTA is working on this issue in terms of reviewing their own legislation. and SPLUMA is also reviewing to make sure that there's coexistence of both these legal entities that operates in a rural space. The issue of weak institutional capacity, this is not only at municipal and district level. We have done our own assessment. The provincial departments responsible for rural development do not have capacity. They would have one or two people that are there who have been working on agriculture, but have not driven the mandate of rural development. I can report that there is progress, and we have seen MECs beginning to ensure that the departments play their role in making sure that every line department in the province is doing its work, but also there is alignment with what the municipalities are doing. Issues of climate change, the vulnerability and environmental degradation, the floods, the water patterns remains a challenge that in our program needs to respond to the challenges that we are highlighting here. In terms of the constitutional provision, we're saying in Chapter 2, the Bill of Rights speaks to issues of equality, human dignity, environmental issues, health, the right to property, access to adequate housing, healthcare. So all those provisions in the Bill of Rights, it's something that must be applicable not only to urban areas, but to rural areas. And those departments that are responsible for this, it's our role to ensure that they pay attention to ensuring that the same human dignity that they look at in urban areas is done in rural areas. Issues of Section 41 around cooperative governance, it confirms where there is a concurrent mandate, how we need to coordinate, how we need to align and foster cooperation between the three spheres of government. We're also saying Chapter 6 speaks to the responsibilities that are there by provinces, as mentioned earlier. Chapter 7, Section 152 speaks to the role of local government. So in this, chairperson and members, we are highlighting when we said rural development is an intergovernmental matter, but it's also a multi-sectoral matter. We're also indicating that the role of traditional leaders is not supposed to be a by-the-way issue. In Chapter 12, it does recognize the role of traditional leaders in dealing with matters affecting their local community. Hence, while we talk about the three spheres of government, we need to bring in traditional leaders explicitly, but also targeted without making it a by-the-way, since the Constitution gives them that role. We're highlighting the Schedule 4, and lastly, the NDP Chapter 6. As much as our department is given the focus on Chapter 6, if you look at the NDP, the various chapters speaks to the work of other departments that has to find resonance in the rural areas. Then we're talking about intergovernmental framework that is under review by DCOC, that is assisting us to ensure that that integration happens. The SPLUMA, as I mentioned, is also under evaluation. The policy provisions, we still work within the rural development framework, the CRDP, there's a strategy. We've also developed a policy that guides the work we do on rural infrastructure across, which gives us the opportunity to support all the departments, the branches within the department, depending on finance and capacity, but we are also able to support other departments. We also have a standard operating procedures on farmer production support units to make sure that there's standardization on the kind of farmer production support and the quality throughout, irrespective of the commodity they support.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interject. I just wanted to make sure that you understand that you will finish your presentation exactly at 10:30, and that it would be good for you to actually prioritize areas that you want us to pay attention.
Thank you, Chair. This slide speaks about how far we've gone with the NDP. This is a function that between ourselves and agriculture we are responsible for. Members will see that when it comes to issues of irrigation and water source, the target was 500 hectares. And if you look at number 3, there's work that has been done by Department of Water and Sanitation and our department, and we have been able to reach the 500 hectares in terms of irrigation. In terms of jobs, we have not done very well in the agriculture sector. The target was over 900,000 and we are sitting under 150,000. when it comes to supporting small farmers and ensuring that there's commercialization through the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. The agriculture is responsible for this, and thus far they reported to have trained over 900,000. Then when it comes to issues of research and development, that's ongoing work done by ARC, CSIR, and academic institutions. In terms of skills development in the agricultural sector, those are the figures, Chair. I need to draw the members to number 8. So out of all these targets in the NDP, they are all agriculture except number 8, which speaks to your multi-sectoral, looking at tourism, fisheries, and other economies, and the strategy that's guiding our work, focus on ensuring that we pay attention to this particular one. And then there's work around EPWP, and there's some progress made through the Department of Public Works and Administration. And with CRDP, there was an assessment done by DPME, which basically, out of their findings, led us to ensure that we rework the strategy to ensure that it's intergovernmental, multi-sectoral, but also brings in private sector. If I can go straight to the 5 years, what we've done in the 5 years, Chair, considering time, these are the 6 pillars that not only our branch, but the entire country, we have taken as priorities when it comes to rural development. We know there are many challenges, but we had to find a way of structuring what, if we were to say we are getting somewhere, what are the things that must have been done? In infrastructure, agriculture still stays there with agri-parks and animal handling facilities to deal with issues of disaster. There's water and irrigation, rural access roads and bridges. There's schools to eradicate mud schools. The clinics and hospital, we know that they are there, but they are minimal, and access to those remains a challenge. Issue of human settlement, eradication of the mud houses, which is so electricity and energy, as well as digital connection, arts and culture facilities and recreation. That's the infrastructure we are saying each and every department that's responsible need to pay attention on this, have it in their plans, set aside budget, but also report on it. Pillar 2 speaks about issues of revitalizing rural economy. We have kept agriculture because it's one of the leading economies, but we are saying we need to ensure that we invest in district and rural industries, and we have seen that coming out with the MTDP target that we have added. Issues of digital economy, oceans economy, manufacturing, processing, packaging, distribution, as well as supporting cooperatives and enterprise in rural areas. Then we've got pillar 3 that speaks to skills development, not general, but those that are supporting those rural economies in the various districts. Pillar 4 is very important for local government and COCTA in ensuring that the municipalities are functional to be able to support infrastructure for investment to be attracted in rural areas. Pillar 5 is a pillar that our department reports on: tenure security, land redistribution, restitution. The comprehensive producer support program and agrarian reform is where the Department of Agriculture reports on. Then the last pillar, pillar 6, is on the social basket that is provided by social development, the rural safety strategy by SAPS, which we co-manage with them, the issue of making sure there's access to civic services by Home Affairs, that there are those mobile clinics that reaches villages for people to be able to have birth certificates, death certificates, and IDs, the issue of primary health care, education, social cohesion, and culture. So this slide, Chairperson and members, is very critical in all the work that we do. Every chief directorate responds to each one of these in addition to the departments that are responsible for the mandate. This slide speaks to alignment between our strategy. Chairperson and members, you would have heard about Invest Rural. It's a master plan that was approved by the National House of Traditional Leaders. They had requested government to fund them to implement the master plan. We have done the analysis of the master plan from traditional leaders, and we have aligned it with the 6 pillars of the strategy. We have agreed that the synergy, therefore, there would not be a separate funding, but we will partner and collaborate with them in implementing the issues that worries them of infrastructure, service delivery, financial inclusion, healthcare, agriculture, and industries. I'm going to skip this one. This just tells you what we have done since the approval. bringing in Nedleg on board, bringing in Salga on board, bringing Cocta on board. And this one is infrastructure. Chair, I won't spend much time because we did come to the portfolio committee to share what we've done on infrastructure in the last 5 years. We are recapping that there's been 6 different types of infrastructure that we're doing. The agri-parks and the agri-hubs, which includes your pack houses, your silos, your mechanization centers. With the AMP, we have looked at issues of rail siding for the sugar industry. We have looked at the cotton ginnery, the sugar mills. In terms of your social economy, which is where we will focus more because these functions have now moved to Department of Agriculture, your rural access roads, working with those departments, your youth hub, your learning centers, ICT centers. We'll also be looking at lighting the rural areas with your high mast. Then we have the animal field management, which is your boreholes, your animal dipping tanks, your auction centers, your fencing, the irrigation schemes, as well as the housing. We just thought we'll show pictures of some of the farmer production support units that we have done in the last 5 years. You see Jozini, I think members were there in Jozini. There's also Mpumalanga, the Huntington FPSU for the horticulture, as well as Zanyokwe in the Eastern Cape that also does the horticulture. The next slide speaks about Zastron in the Free States, where we have done the FPSUs. We've done Springfontein Agri Hub in the Free State. Northern Cape is Places Flagte. So these are just to give you a sense of some of the things we do. Then there's also the irrigation scheme we did in the Western Cape, Ebenezer, Moi River in KZN, and we've done also the bridges in Hakomape village in the Limpopo as part of our catalytic projects. Then there's KZN where we have done the dipping tanks and the animal handling facilities. Northern Cape, we have done the solar plant that feeds into irrigation. That is the work we have done for rural infrastructure. Narisec, Chairperson, we have indicated that it's an incubation program, and this slide just indicates the different phases. In the last 5 years, we have trained 9,249, and there we give per province, as well as the female from 2020 to 2025. The breakdown that leads us to the 9,500. You'll see female were just over 5,000, and we had male just over 4,000. That is what we have done. These are the areas we have trained them in per province, in agriculture, in business services, construction, energy and water, education and training, hospitality, tourism, mining, and we have done around transport and storage. And this is a continuation of health and safety and security. I should say specifically on that one, it's municipalities in the different rural districts approaching us to assist them to build their capacity around traffic officers, safety officers. So they do go through Narisec and then continue to get their accreditation. Construction and engineering, we're working with various sitters as well as with KUHA to do that work. So these are the areas, members, that, and the areas where we have linked them to businesses. We have outlined that we've been able to achieve 937, those linked to businesses in those sectors that we have highlighted there. In terms of the current Narisec intake of 25-26, we have done 573, and we have indicated females there over 300. Out of the number we have recruited, and we had Africans were just over 500, and 37 were coloreds, which were largely coming from the Northern Cape. These are just pictures to show you in this current financial year the youth that were in the Potchefstroom doing the work. We were at the top there, you'll see is where we are trained on ICT, and for them to be able to prepare to get into digital economy. There's still the pictures around Narisec at the base. I'm now moving to technology research and development. Members will see that it is not on the APP, but we have it on the IOP, and your request was that we highlight some of those. With technology research and development, as I indicated, it works aligned to the Department of Science and Innovation. We're doing a poverty vulnerability profiling, which really assists us to make sure that where we direct our projects is where there is most need. Then we're also doing rural ICT, where we work with the Department of Basic Education to identify schools where we can give them IT gadgets, your laptops, your iPads, for them to receive training through that. The teachers are also prepared by Department of Basic Education to be able to teach learners in rural areas. We're also working with Santec, under the Department of Telecommunication and Digital Technology, to make sure that there's connectivity of Wi-Fi in rural areas. And these are the targets of looking at Limpopo, KZN, Free State, Northern Cape, and Eastern Northwest. And the reason why we're focusing on the 6 provinces, because according to their report, they have covered the other 3 provinces. So we're ensuring that we don't duplicate, but we collaborate with them. We also assisting young people in Mpumalanga. There's a young person who is taking plastic and through technology taking it into fuel. The young person it's a cooperative, they were stuck, so we're assisting them to do a feasibility study so that once it's done, they're able to go into processing and we can ensure that they get into the market. So we're supporting with that. And we are also doing biofeed, which is technologies in those provinces that ensure that we look at how we can assist the livestock commodity on that. So these are the different, we're looking at climate smart aquaponics. We're working with Department of Agriculture on that. The issues around indigenous teas in the Northwest and Eastern Cape, that's part of the technology that we are doing. We are also in the last one, Chair, we are supporting provincial governments because they also have their technology and research projects in ensuring alignment and integration. These are pictures. I spoke about indigenous tea. This is the leaves and the trees that were identified in the Eastern Cape and Northern Cape. We did research through our Chief Directorate and the university to check if there are any medicinal benefits, and indeed they were found. Hence, we have now get into agro-processing. They are able to have the teas and they have been packaged with the communities in those rural areas being part of it. And there are those teas that are done on the right. On the top left is an infrastructure of agro-processing so that they can continue to do agro-processing on their own. At the bottom is medical cannabis that we've been doing with Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, ARC, CSIR, to look at the benefits of cannabis, specifically in case Eastern Cape, KZN, Limpopo, and Western Cape. These are the list of communities that have benefited from the project that we are doing on cannabis members in the various provinces. We are also in technology looking at aquaponics, which is integration of your fish farming together with the horticulture of one feeding to the other so that we can work off land and be able to still get produce for both the fishing and the plants. And it's working well, particularly in areas where there is no availability of land. At the bottom is a water purification plant that we did research on it in the Eastern Cape that is working very well to ensure that water gets purified and is accessible for drinking. Lastly is the issue of rural ICT. These are the pictures of the kids that we support, and this is in the Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Western Cape, Northern Cape, KZN, as well as Limpopo and Mpumalanga. In terms of our APP, this slide, members, we have seen it when the presentation was done on our APP. I'll just go to the next one that speaks on our targets. The report on the Integrated Rural Development Strategy is the key report where we report on what all the spheres of government are doing when it comes to the 6 pillars of the rural development strategy. So each department has to say what they've planned to do, what they are doing, and what impact are they making. Our role is to make sure that there's alignment between what national is doing in other spheres. We have 681 for NARISEC. We have to create the jobs, 450 infrastructure projects, 33, and the last one is around the rural industries. We did say we are working with Department of DTIC and small business. We've also brought in as partners the Department of Economic Development and Investment in the provinces because they drive provincial growth and development strategies. We've also brought in the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for them to play that leading role in provinces. And the aim is really around providing economic development opportunities, maximizing potential of their local industries, and creating jobs. And these are the 10 that we are, in terms of our target in this current financial year, we're looking at. The Eastern Cape in OR Tambo, we've looked at those districts that were launched as part of the DDM, the work that has been done, that we leverage from that instead of starting a new one. In OR Tambo, we're looking at tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, as well as the work that has been done there in Kucha. Free State is those few municipalities, and we're looking at issues of water resource and the dam and issues around the work that Sasol does on Chemical Hub. In Gauteng, we are also continuing Sidibeng, which was one of those areas picked under DDM, and it's an issue for manufacturing, logistics, and we're working with the province because they're already building a logistics hub in this district. KZN is the Harry Gwala that is linked to the Eastern Seaboard Regional Special Development Framework, and we're looking at biofuel, we're looking at dairy processing, tourism, as well as the issues around Sunny Pass and the steam train. Mpumalanga is those municipalities, and we're harnessing those industries that are critical for that province: coal, mining, the petrochemical, and agriculture. In the northwest, again, is also minerals and mining. We're linking it with agriculture and manufacturing. Limpopo, again, is a mining area. There's agriculture and tourism. So we can see in all of them that there are 5 or 6 key industries driving rural economy that we see in the various districts. In the Northern Cape, the issues of mining, tourism, DTIC had started doing work, as well as the National Special Action Area from NSDF. So we're leveraging from issues of renewable energy and green hydrogen of the work that's already there. Then we've got the Western Cape. Then we also wanted to highlight to members before I move to conclusion that we are working with the HSRC on having a baseline on the state of rural development currently. The last survey was done in 2002 by SET-SA that indicated what is the state of rural development. We are now reviewing that to look at since 2002 to 2025, where are we at? And we are focusing on the economic areas, issues of infrastructure, economic development in rural areas, as well as skills development as phase 1. And the second phase will then look at the other 3 pillars. Here we're just giving a spread of the provinces per project in terms of rural infrastructure, region 1, of how many projects we will do. The project list was submitted in terms of the specific projects that we will be doing. NARISEC, that is a split per province. It's the part that I've reported earlier. In this slide, we are indicating which wards we identified per province in line with that map that I showed of the high poverty. So there are 67 wards, and there are the traditional authorities that we work with and the district. So we ensure that in every province, when we pick up, the traditional councils are key to the youth that are going, so that when they come back, they know that they'll be able to use those youth in development of those areas. So all these slides, we highlighted which traditional councils had a representative in the choosing of the NARISEC. And this area is basically with the current cohort who we have partnered with, who will employ these young people. The Meridian Group for wholesale and retail. Tourism is the departments, particularly in the Northwest, that is taking the field rangers. We are training them. In terms of agro-processing, we know that the International Market Quality Assurance Services will be employing the youth for meat classification and examination. We've got Bidvest for ICT and digitization. NEMISA will be doing enterprise development for cell phone repair, cybersecurity. And the presentation just goes on of who our partners is. Members did ask whether some of this training is accredited. We're giving a slide to show all those accreditation that the youth will get in the various learning programs for all the provinces. This is the Santec work that I've reported on. This is the structure of the branch. Members, we have 6 chief directors. NARISEC is vacant, so Mr. Mashaba has been acting for a while. We had tried to fill the post, After the shortlisting, there was a moratorium that stopped the process, and it's an issue that we'll prioritize. But Infrastructure Chief Director Region 1 is Mr. Naidu, and he was confirmed as permanent now. And Infrastructure Region 2, we have a Chief Director permanent. Technology Research, we have Dr. Mayindi, who's permanent, who's with us. Rural Development Coordination, we have one Chief Director who is permanent, who was supernumerary, but we were able to place her here. The Chief Director of Service Delivery Coordination that also looks at rural industry was a supernumerary who's now being covered. And this is the 200 members that we have, and 182 are filled. We have 18 that are vacant that we are hoping to finalize. This is the budget, 891. If I can draw you to rural infrastructure, it says 672. That is inclusive of all cost, COE and other areas, but just to indicate that 60% of this budget was infrastructure for agriculture, which has been moved to Department of Agriculture. We will probably remain with just under 300,000. And this is the budget per Chief Directorate. In terms of the challenges, we have listed those challenges that speaks to mainly the issue of cooperation from national departments and provinces for them to provide their plans in rural areas, their reports. We are still struggling, but we are getting somewhere with it. And it's the first time that the departments, even DGs at national level, say they've never been asked to report on what they're doing in rural areas. So they are beginning to cooperate, but we've had lots of challenges in the next year and a half. The issue of NMOC, the capacity, I think I've touched on it, and the skill set. The issue of construction projects that are terminated because of construction mafias, or the service providers who are being appointed through SCM who don't have the capacity, or they would underquote when they start the project. They don't have sufficient fund to complete, which means we must terminate and restart the project completely. Issues of dropout with NARISEC, we are working on it. We are signing contracts with them. But in cases where a person has got a better opportunity, we don't penalize. We allow them to get into the market. Issues around theft in our projects, including the ICT centers, where our iPads are stolen in schools where they don't have safes. We have put in mitigation to make sure that we have strong rooms that are built where they can be safe. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DDG Moyo. You are still on the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson, and to the committee. That then concludes the presentation by the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Acting DG, and thank you, DDG Moyo, for your comprehensive presentation. I would now then ask honorable members if they actually want to make comments, ask questions, and make observations. Yeah, I will recognize hands. Okay. Mayor Adams. Mutetra. Okay, and Honorable Tatam. Okay, I have Honorable Adams, after whom then would be Honorable Matiza. Over to you, Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the department, to the colleagues who is here. Chairperson, I will start my questions. In what ways has the department translated all the IRDSS into measurable goals and interventions which measurable performance indicators? And then, what forms does institutionalization of the rural development mandate going to take? And then on slide 12, is set out of targets in terms of integrated and inclusive rural economic development. They mostly fall within the scope of the Department of Agriculture. The question is, what is the level of collaboration with sector departments such as agriculture to fulfill these targets? Slide 21 shows complete projects. What is the determinable catalytic in the areas concerned? And slide 37 reflects a reduction of targets against the baseline, both in terms of projects and skills development. Question, what accounts for regression from 510 projects to only 165? And how do you intend to remedy this situation so that infrastructure development advance rather than regressing? Slide 40 is regarding rural industrial development. Question, what is the assessment of the economic impact of the existing CES around the country? Slide 64, the several challenges that are highlighted to stand out, including the inadequate human resource and lack of maintenance of infrastructure. Matters related to financial resource mobilization and planning and management. Question, what is the plan to overcome these challenges? And my last one, Chair, is we note that the Northern Cape and Northwest processing plants, medical cannabis research projects were supported. Can the committee get a detail or clarity on the matter? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Adam. Then Honorable Matigizela.
Yeah. The funny thing is that I'm not using it for the first time. I don't know why. Chair, thank you. Chair, I want to start by just saying the presentation that we just received from the department, as far as I'm concerned, it's not rural development. It's just activities happening in rural areas. Honestly, I think I said this before, that going forward, how we conceptualize the mandate of this department is going to be critical. Because what we are seeing here in this presentation are various activities done by various departments and various spheres of government. And honestly, they are barely scratching the surface in terms of dealing with key issues that are challenging, and there are challenges in the rural areas. And we really need to understand the comprehensive strategy of how to deal with those issues that are persistent in rural areas. You know, Chair, I was talking to you earlier just outside that last weekend been Sekai's Lalin. And every time I go there, I must, if I'm driving, I must come back and look for a mechanic or a panel beater. It's something that happens every time because the roads are just not conducive. And we've known this for years. And for me, when we have a Department of Rural Development, and you look at the presentation that we received, for me, the two are not talking to each other. And the biggest problem that you have with the concept of rural development, we have so many players that you need to, and I acknowledge that. You have many players that you bring on board. And unfortunately, those players currently, one, they don't agree with each other on many things and on many levels. And these are people who should be playing a critical role to actually develop rural areas. Talking about your traditional leaders, your councillors, your provincial departments. In fact, in provinces alone, there are disagreements between different departments of those provinces as to how to develop rural areas. So, Chair, and you look at the budget that this department has, and with the role that is expected to play to deal with the issues of rural development or to deal with rural development. I mean, to have less than $1 billion to deal with issues of rural development in a country, there are so many challenges in rural areas. For me, it's just taking the little money that you have and spread across the country with very little impact. And I don't think going forward, this is going to help us. Because honestly, colleagues, if this is how we're going to deal with rural development going forward, then we might as well just stop having a department that is called Department of Rural Development. And as I said before, what does this department want to achieve in the long run? We have land reform and rural development. Land reform has its own challenges, and rural development is a very difficult, again, task. And unfortunately, I don't expect this department to succeed in that task, given these contradictions and conflicts, amongst people who are key in driving rural development. So that is my concern, Chair, as I'm sitting here. Now, Moyo spoke about the mandate and the role of this department. And again, it's not clear to me. If your mandate is coordination, I don't even think that the people that you are coordinating are cooperating. Because that's another challenge that I have, is that you see your mandate as coordinating the rural development, but amongst the players that are key in driving the rural development, there's no agreement on a number of areas as to what is it that needs to be done so that we can develop the rural areas. And maybe the last 2 points, Chair, that I want to make, because you will forgive me, I didn't really want to comment on slide by slide. I did peruse the presentation before. And for me, I think going forward, really, Chair, we've got to look at this department and clearly define the role that this department should be playing. And whether we are not setting this department for failure by calling it a Department of Rural Development, because the expectations that comes with that description are massive. And yet the resources at your disposal and also the tools that you have to really develop rural areas, I mean, you just don't have. So my suggestion, perhaps going forward, Chair, and I know that we've been talking about this workshop for some time, Chair, and I think there must come a time where we agree on the date And really, at that workshop, we need to come up with a common understanding as to how we are going to really define rural development. Because I can assure you, as we are sitting here, you can ask everyone in this room, what is rural development? How does one define rural development? I can assure you that we will come with different definitions. I have my own, and I'm sure many other people have their own definition of what is rural development. I mean, until we agree on that and have a common understanding on how we define rural development, and what tools then do we need to have in place to really address the serious challenges of infrastructure, skills shortage, because all these things that must talk to your medium-term development plan. With this approach, I'm afraid, Ms. Moyo, we are not going to succeed in fulfilling what is expected of you with the current approach. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matikizela. Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to honorable members, greetings to the acting DG and the DDG and fellow officials from the department and the ministers and deputy ministers in absentia. These are my observations. One, I would like the department, since you're dealing with land reform, take advantage of the Forced Removal Act from the 1913 and the 1955, wherein they were doing township establishment as a function. They moved all black people outside towns, which were not surveyed properly, with no infrastructure. This was done by a government of white people, doing it to blacks. So now we are sitting with a legacy of Forced Removal Act. In 30 years, we have not actually taken that act into task in redressing the imbalances of the past created. And I will be very specific here in terms of percentage. 22 million people are residing in that pocket of Amakhosi. So out of 62 million, take 22 million. Those people are your immediate constituents that is permanently based in rural areas. If you can just focus on those, at least you can actually have deliverables, because I'm giving you now structured approach. And it's a pity that we are a parliament that was robbed of its parliamentary sovereignty. During the white people's time, the parliament would pass a law today. Immediately that law is being implemented. But it was only focusing on 8%, which is white people at that time. Today you've got 92%, which are blacks. And this parliament is no longer having powers to actually redress the imbalances created by the 8% population. Instead, the opposite is true. This 8% is now sitting with economic power, with the old order laws still applicable in their favor. So which means there is something that we need to do in fixing our laws, wherein 92% will be empowered legally in the new dispensation, and then will be empowered economically, deliberately. The perfection that the white people are claiming as a success story, may I put it on record, it was perfected at the expense of the 92% population, which happened to be black. So that formula of their success is flawed if it is put into test over 92%. Because you take 8% success, you overlay it with 92%, it will fail dismally. So therefore, the deduction and conclusion is, this department, take advantage. You are the foundational department where in all the other departments, which I can mention, COCTA, Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, Agriculture, Mining, Human Settlement, even the Justice Department, all of them, they need land for them to be settled in these areas where the 22 million people will be serviced. So, which means we are a go-to department for them to land in the space where they want to do development. So, I am asking one thing that we must do, and go and look at it. You need powers. After the constitutional mandate of executing your function, you must have powers as a department to implement, and wherein all departments and plans, integrated development planning, must start with you. It shouldn't happen without you, because you have mining accessing the space of the rural community, but they're coming out with minerals, and they're not sharing it with your constituency. One individual white man comes in and drills for mineral, take them out, and not sharing with the municipalities, not sharing with the Amakosi, not using the local content in that community. No wonder there's no development. So there's a mismatch in terms of the alignment of our departments. So take advantage of township establishment. That's the concept on how you get properly organized communities. We are left since apartheid till today. The people that were dumped by the old order are still where they dumped them. They were never restored. And there is something that you need to do. We know who are the stakeholders who did this. They must pay. That payment is going to do what we call actually parity, establish parity. Because you talked about Bill of Rights, where equality is a measure. There is inequality. So what do you do when there is inequality? You must enforce it, that there be parity in terms of betterment. There's another concept, ownership patterns. It is very clear who owns things in terms of land, in terms of economy, and these are white people, who are 8% again. So which means there are things that you need to pay attention to. It's racialized because the rural development, according to history, it was not a natural phenomenon. It was a systematic, structural design by old order laws of Roman, Dutch, and British law. So you need to do something in the new dispensation to restore this order and put it right. May I also say, Didi Moyo, can we take hands with you? I'll take you to these communities. I happen to be part of COCTA, so I know where these kings are. We know the situation. We just need you to be promoted this department. You are doing a lot of good work based on what you've presented. It's not reflecting on the ground. You know why? Amakosi, as a stakeholder, all of them, I said last week in my budget vote speech, they were defined outside the legislative and institutional arrangement. Go look at the white paper on local government. They are not mentioned in 98. Go look at the Constitution. Jurisdictional rights are not there in Chapter 12. Go and look at Chapter 7 of municipalities. The municipalities are not including Amakos. We don't need consultation. We need power sharing because we are sharing a jurisdiction. Where you find a municipality, that's where you find a king. But the king is outside and Maspala is inside. And Maspala is a creation of Force Removal Act. The owner of that jurisdiction is one, Inkos, but is not involved in terms of planning. So can we do that? May I report to you, Chair? There is an achievement in terms of ALZU last week. ALZU was reported in Mpumalanga to have taken the money for the empowerment of the people there, but then they chased people out and they enjoyed the money. So SIU asked that, can you give us a mandate so that they go and collect that money from ALZU? These are white farmers. So I need a letter today to give to SIU to go and visit ALZU. I promised last week I'm going to handle them. And that's a lesson we will teach the white farmers on what they're doing against our people. This one we're not gonna give them. So please, Chair, just assist us on that. Otherwise, we're gonna work with you just to implement the things that you've mentioned and also align and integrate your work. Otherwise, that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambosa. I'm not sure whether we are authorized to, it's within our mandate to deploy SIU to go investigate. I don't know, but we will discuss that in the committee at some point.
If we want our money back,
Okay, no, thank you. Can we? Okay. Now, can I intervene between the Progressive Caucus and that would be Honorable Posov.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to ask two things which is a little bit beyond the scope of a performance plan or an annual planning. This whole mandate of the department, which is called rural development, and which is funded with a little bit less than R1 billion. I have two questions about it. The one is, I mean, it doesn't even get the money that the government communication and information services gets. One institution. I'm always busy with my grammar teacher in matric, when to use an S and when not. This is a difficult one, but I believe the services is just one. So it should take an S. Now, I mean, the mandate of rural development as compared to the mandate of a communication and information service. It's like the one is the size of Mars and the other one is the size of a meteor. But it's roughly, it has the same money to work with. Now, I know that's beyond your control. It's your problem. It's not your fault. But everything which is mentioned, all the programs, could actually also be brought under some other department of government. This at Public Works, that at agriculture itself, the other maybe at Science and Innovation, the other at Small Business Development. Now I know the history is that there was a Department of Native Affairs, which was just an administrative department which had the mandate of controlling the flow of labor between the reserve areas and the white areas and the cities. And then there was a division of that department between the development department, which had to work with the homelands, and the administrative department, which was another one. Now, I want to know, is that the exact origin of this function of land reform? Is there a continuous line between the two? Because it seems to me, if I would have to design an architecture for South African government in the present dispensation, I wouldn't have a separate function of rural development. I would say that rural development is part of a multitude of other departments, and it should be a part of their focus. They should have some people tasked with that. So I just want to know, how do we approach this? The problem is twofold. On the one hand, you could say, no, we need focus, therefore there needs to be a program like this within the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, which is true. The problem with that is if it is so insufficiently funded, then the other departments can say, okay, we focus on the urban areas because that's easier. And fortunately, there is a Department of Rural Development, so we don't have to bother about that. But the Department of Rural Development is not funded to do it efficiently either, so we are getting nowhere. I don't mean we are getting nowhere. That would be, disrespecting what people actually do. I mean we don't reach what we plan to do. Sorry for that. It's a little bit of a, let's say, a slip of the tongue. The other thing is I would like to know, wherever one drives around on the countryside, one encounters dilapidated infrastructure which were part of rural development at some stage. The one specific one which I often see is just outside of the R. It's steel structures for greenhouses. It must have been that area which it covered, it must have been in present prices something to the tune of 15 million rand. Also with the plastic, for a very short while one saw planting inside and people working there, then you didn't see any persons anymore, then you didn't see any plants anymore, then the plastic made this flap, 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 flap. It seems as if a truck is overtaking you if you drive past it. Then the plastic just blew away, and now the structure is, just carried away piece by piece. Maybe it's used somewhere for some informal use, I don't know. Now, how do we deal with that, and how can we, I mean, even if it is privatized, then there can be some development on that. Even if somebody is offered that infrastructure for 50% of the price, then somebody can get a job there. They could. Now, it's not the only one, but I would like to know, is there some, let's call it salvage officer within the department who is tasked to look at all these neglected projects and try to salvage them and see, can we get at least something, Like when you wrote off your car, but you still have 4 new tires that you can recover and use it again. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm worried about these wires here. I can't really observe until there's the wires. And also Honorable Matikizela, wiring naked. Thanks, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and the department. Chair, there's one thing that we must agree. Is that the conceptualization of this department is a challenge, and I think I must concur with Honorable Matikizela when it comes to that. We might differ in terms of methods, and in terms of methods, but I think it's a transversal department that cuts across. And unfortunately, when you go to the 6 pillars of the department and rate that with the budget, you find serious flaws because the budget does not talk to these 6 pillars in terms of the magnitude of work that is expected from this department. The starting point from my side is to look at the hierarchy of the population trapped in rural areas as by design of the apartheid regime. Number 1 were whites located in urban areas. 2, Indians located in urban areas. 3, so-called coloreds located in farming areas, urban. And the 4, Africans located in villages, trapped in villages, township, if you like. And that's the hierarchy that was created by was deliberately so. And looking to the age of these populations as it was designed for a purpose. And I thought the conceptualization must talk to that reality so that you turn things around. It's unfortunate that it's not talking to that reality. Chapter 3 and chapter 4 raises critical issues, priorities, definition of development, and partly the rural development policy, which I thought should be the anchor in terms of dealing with the intervention of the DDM previously, or a few years ago, I thought would attempt to re-engineer that pattern so that our people are relieved from the rural areas. Very few things that people in rural areas take it as their priority. Your footpath, 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 your gravel roads, clinics and schools, local dams, because they've got livestock, and livestock doesn't drink from the taps, but they don't have local dams, and which is their priority because they live on subsistence farming. And therefore water becomes critical, but clean water, healthy water, and they don't have it. You go to a village, you don't see a single dam in a village, and yet there are livestock, sheep, goats, cattle. And that's why during drought seasons, the livestock is simply wiped out because those cattle and sheep, goats can't drink from taps. And there's no provision for this department for such. Well, suppose the policy talks to that reality, that these people are living on subsistence farming. And subsistence farming depends to this minute kind of arrangement. But and I'm talking about local dams here, a village, if you are encouraging livelihood in those areas. It's not accommodated in the budget, it's not there even in terms of your programs. How do you begin to intervene to that reality around that? It's not there in terms of fencing. And I'm talking about related the priority of our people, fencing, so that they are able to grow their subsistence farming without being invaded by their livestock. Abakwazuli was amacingo wakho, and therefore whatever they plow, it was zilwanyana. Now, and therefore protection in terms of food security it's a challenge. Deep tanks and etc. And I'm talking about the priorities of a rural person. If you go to any villages, you ask them, what are your priorities in this village? They will list these things. And this is exactly what I thought for me is missing. Was your program is too English, and it does not respond to a traditional person who resides, who grew up and reside in those areas. All of us who are coming from those areas. We're still trapped in those areas because our homes are still there in those areas. Question. And therefore, for me, I think to revisit the approach on rural development, for me, it's going to be, must be one of our tasks going forward. The 800 and something budget, I'm not sure whether this 800 and something budget is for the past 5 years or for the last financial year. Maybe I assume that is for the last financial year. how many villages do we have in this country? I hear my only colleague here has got 20 something million population of rural people trapped in villages permanently. I had a figure of 25 million of such people with different figure, but so it's not a strange match. But we're talking about population here, of the majority of the people of the country who are trapped in those villages. But how many are these villages? In the Eastern Cape, there was former Transkei, constituted of villages. There are plus or minus 68 small towns or rural towns, plus 2 metros in the province of the Eastern Cape. There are plus or minus 1,200 villages, but each village is not budgeted for. There's no budget that goes to that village, so that the management, the people who are managing the livelihood of those of the population in that village, are able to intervene in many areas. There's no budget for such villages. Remember, previously, there was no budget for schools. I'm not citing an example. There was no budget for school, and it was said it is impossible to budget for each school. It was said it was impossible. And later we proved it wrong, that no, it's possible to budget for each school so that the SGP is able to manage growth and the health of this particular institution. All schools are budgeted for in the province, and they are handling their budget. They are able to translate their vision about their schools, and you could see the development and the performance of such institutions. It is said today it's very impossible to budget for each and every village. And this is the question I want to pose to you. In terms of your feasibility studies, as you are dealing with rural areas and villages, is it impossible to budget for villages? But there are structures in those villages. They want to participate to their own livelihood. Is it impossible to budget for each and every village? And that's why I'm asking this question. How many villages do you have per province? Breakdown per province. And I'm talking about Eastern Cape here, because I'm from there. I'm familiar with that arrangement. But you can't, therefore, begin to even to develop a program if you are unable to analyze properly the terrain where people live. So that's the question. Do you have that data? I'm raising this because we requested this data from States SA. When I was in the province, we couldn't get it. We requested from States SA, correctly so. We wrote a letter to States SA, tell us how many villages we have. So we wanted the reliable statistics, so that as you participate to IDPs and all these other programs, we are informed that this is the population and this is where they are trapped. And therefore, how then do you begin to intervene in that particular space? I don't get that feeling here. I get a generalization that we're dealing with rural areas and it's general. Tell us a village that we went to this village for the past 5 years, and this is the impact we have managed to make. When we intervened, the last question, what do we want to do with villages? What do we want to do with villages? Do we want to develop them into urban areas? Do we want to develop them into glorious villages? Do we want to develop them into townships? What do we want to do with villages? Do we have a model of a well-developed village to say, we're working towards this model? Well, this is a well-developed village, and we're working towards village. We are talking Tamaka, Ekon. This is the village we think should be a model. These are the resources would be required to develop this village to a level where we think there's consensus amongst all of us. So that we don't just talk villages and yet we don't even have a model of a village, a desired village. And that's the question, Chair, that I want to pose around this particular question. I don't want to make an example of China, how China moved from concentration camps to villages, trapped in villages for many years, and they've managed to focus on agriculture as a launching pad for the development of China today. Now, I don't want to go to that example. It might be a bad example because China is well advanced. You may even deny that China was ever, population of China was ever confined in concentration camps before their liberation. But I'm saying, Chair, maybe this rural development, upon proper conservation and development of a model, will be able to estimate the budget. I must go to that village of Madigizel, by Alice, to say, for a development of this village would require this much, but that development may take 5 years or 10 years to reach our objective or the people's objective. But you can't do it now, where the very basics are not there. And therefore, as you intervene in rural areas, what exactly are you doing in rural areas? What exactly are you doing in rural areas? If you go to a village, what exactly are you doing in this village? But that's where the majority of the population of this country is trapped. Still trapped there. That's it, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhaga. Our last taker would be Honorable Mkutano. The last because Honorable Madala was not in when hands were actually put up.
Thank you, Chair. Also, greetings to the members from the department.
Would you like to use your mic or come a bit closer to it?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I was just passing greetings to the officials from the department and honorable members. Chair, I'm not going to be long because I think we have traversed this area before. The level of commitment of the state to a program can be defined in terms of the amount of resources that are allocated. If you compare the police get about 120 billion, and this department does not get even a billion rand. So it shows where the emphasis and focus and interest lies. So that brings me to question whether do we have a department or we have a coordinating arrangement. Surely it cannot be right that part of a substructure of a department has a R1 billion allocation for rural development, where the biggest poverty is located, created by our history of apartheid and colonialism and that migrant labor system. Up to today, our people are continuing to migrate because of the lack of development in rural areas. That's why here they are called refugees from the Eastern Cape. Why will you be staying in the Eastern Cape when there's no life, there's no economic activity? Then you have the NDP that projects an idealistic rural sphere by 2030. Economically integrated, irrigation systems functioning, all of us thriving, infrastructural development there. It's a dreamy world, and it must happen by 2030, 5 years from here. That's not going to happen. We can see even when you look at the specific target of employment, the NDP said about 1 million jobs. We are at 143,000. 143,000. 5 years before the deadline, where we needed to deliver 1 million jobs. It's not going to happen. So I was wondering, acting DTG, if, because there are a number of programs that talks to rural development. There's the integrated rural development sector strategy. There's the 2019-2024 rural development program. There's also the MTDP. There is the 2025-2026 annual performance plans, where these things are supposedly integrated there. The relationship between these things is not clear to me. And that is why I was going to propose that perhaps you send us a pie chart which clearly describes what kind of contributions each department that is contributing to rural development is making. So on one page you can see how all these departments that are supposedly working towards rural development are contributing, so that we can have a better sense beyond the 1 billion rand which this program is contributing to rural development. Because clearly there is more that is happening, but we don't have a good sense of what more is happening. Chair, I will not talk about all these other things, except to say perhaps it is true that we need a time out to conceptualize this area of work so that we can judge impact properly. Half of the poor people of this country are located in rural areas. So we need also, to you again, you mentioned that there was a baseline study done. Can that be shared with us? Because I keep on saying, in terms of our planning model, we have to move from a baseline study. But here we have a target set by the NDP, how the rural area should look like. That is the vision. And so also it seems to me that the matter of how rural development should be defined is already done by the NDP. This is how the rural area will look like in 2030. But as we're sitting here, the robots are not working. That's just one example. Our people still have no proper schools. Our people have problems with bridges. They can't move from one area to the other. We see TV programs, the suffering, which is palpable. So there's multiple areas of failure, it seems to me, of conceptualization and planning for impact. Because at the end of the day, we need to see impact on the real lives of our people. Right now, the rural area is the child of poverty and exclusion and marginalization. And by 2030, I can't see us having changed those circumstances, precisely because of our planning models are not properly targeted. And the resource mobilization is not also at the scale. It's like rural development is like an NGO. This is a budget of an NGO. This is not a government department budget. So let us see what is the actual picture of the state commitment to rural development in terms of the different programs which contribute towards that, so that we can have a better picture. But as I'm sitting here, I do want to, in conclusion, Chair, say that perhaps we must consider seriously disaggregating the department of the rural development function and elevating it into a full ministerial position instead of being a sub-program of another department. I think that will show serious commitment towards rural development. So we must disaggregate it from land. Land must just deliver land, hectares. Rural development must deal with this complexity of rural development because it is a complex area of work. Right now, it is a sub department within a department. We can even see in terms of the resource allocation that goes to it. It doesn't show any seriousness on behalf of the state to address the challenges that are confronted by our people in rural areas. Thank you, Chair.
Sibonga isihlalo, ngibingelele isihlalo, ngibingelele acting DG, ngibingelele DDG and your team, ama-members e-committee. Mhlambe DG before ngiqhubeke, lapha ku-page 21, ngicela ungicheckele ukuthi yiphi le sugar mill okhuluma ngayo. Because ama-sugar mills akhona, abantu abamhlophe futhi aba-benefits abantu abamhlophe. Engikwaziyo seke kwazama ukwenzeka i-feasibility study yasemakhathini. I-feasibility study ayisho ukuthi sekuyi-sugar mill. Ithi sa-check ukuthi kungenzeka yini kube khona i-sugar mill noma kungenzeki. But ngibonile kade uchaza ugcine lapho kukhosini wangabe usayifunda i-sugar mill kodwa ibhaliwe. So mhlawumbe iyona yiphi leyo okhuluma ngayo ngoba onke ama-sugar mill akhona. RCL, Tonga Chulet, Ilovo, abelungu futhi a-benefits abona, not abantu abasemakhaya. Mhlambe ngibuye-ke sikhulume ngo-rural development. Understand mhlambe i-department iya-understand ukuthi yini yona rural development. Ngoba ngizobuka ndawo zonke ithi mhlawumbe i-department nayo inesandla ukuthi i-rural development ingasebenzi emakhaya. Because uma ubuka i-budget ye-rural development into engekho, kufanele ukuthi ayibhajethele into engekho. Ube suphinda futhi uyibuza ukuthi if i-department u-agriculture and reform and rural development une-budget vele nayo futhi anispend yonke ibuyele emuva. So uyayibuza ukuthi mangase uyinyuseke khona i-100 billion nizokwazi ukuyisebenzisa hlelo lokusebenzisa yona le engekho. Okukhomba ukuthi vele ama-systems eniwasebenzisayo anifuni ukubenefitisa abantu basemakhaya. Akufanele besizakala abantu basemakhaya. Ne-department inesandla lapho ingakho ngiyibuka ndawo zowu-2 ukuthi into efanayo niyayithola i-budget aniyitholi aniyisebenzisi. Mhlawumbe ni-understand nani or nami nibanjiwe ukuthi abantu basemakhaya kufanele bengasizakali ngoba phela remember abantu basemakhaya basuswa kule mihlaba lesihlela abelungu ama-cities. Niyazi nabantu basemakhaya baphuza amanzi ney'nkomo, bawaphuze emhosheni ney'nkomo. Kuney'ndawo la abazama khona ukufaka ama-water tank, khona la engangeni khona i-water tank, khona la engangeni khona umgwaqo ongekho khona-ke nje umgwaqo ukuhamba ngey'nyawo. La kunomgwaqo khona wakhiwa mhlawumbe ngo-1940 nakhona uma uhamba ngemoto ufanele ufike uyipake 10 kilometers away uhambe ngey'nyawo. Khona la othi khona umgwaqo khona we-gravel awukwazi ukuhamba umuntu ngafanele uthole ibhaki. Nayo ibhaki lesindala ngoba lenentshizofa. Njalo uma ukade uhamba in-rural emakhaya kufanele ubuye uyokhanda imoto. Uma futhi ubuhamba ngayo imoto kufanele kube i-SUV kuphela. Niyawu-understand rural ukuthi kahle kahle nina ayikho into eniyenzayo emakhaya. Ingakho ngingafuni ngisho ukuyifunda lento ngoba uma nipresenta la nikhuluma isingisi esikhulu nikhuluma izinto ezinhle kodwa masubuya nje emakhaya makini niyawazi amakhaya ngakini. Uma ungenawo amakhaya unazi ihlobo esemakhaya. Uma uya wena emakhaya ufike uhamba ngemoto yakho uzofika egcekeni. Akhona enamanzi emakhaya. O abantu bashera nemfuyo. Kusifale i-department futhi fanele yazi ukuthi masikhuluma ngo-rural development asikhulumi ngabalimi kuphela. Mhlawumbe ngiyambona bese nifuna ukuyikhava ngama-FPSUs. Ama-FPSUs asupporta ama-growers kuphela. Naw futhi ama-FPSUs awakapheli. Amanye akhiwe kuyashoda ama-equipment akhona, kushoda nje zonke izinto zakhona, ama-structures nje akhona. Ngeke uzuthi wawakhela emakhaya ukhande i-FPSU bese ufaka ukhandakhanda bawu-2. Bazosiza abantu abako more than 2 million. Niyabona nani department ukuthi kahle kahle nikhona nje ngokwegama ukuthi rural development kodwa anikho. kahle kahle le department kufanele ngabe iyavalwa iqalwe kabusha namanje ngizolo ngishilo nje kuwena ukuthi i-department kufanele iqalwe kabusha because awukwazi ukuthi i-budget ingaba phansi kanje ye-rural development and land reform nina nibona iyinhle nje i-budget ukuthi le i-right izobathuthukisa abantu basemakhaya noma ngoba nani ningahlali emakhaya ngiyabonga Chair.
Yeah, no, thank you. I will allow the department to respond. Oh, Honorable Mkhakha, do you want to, you
Yes.
still have a rejoinder?
No change, Mr. Says something kule map. I was looking at the map, there's some check colors. One was red, Pio North, Pezans, Bonba, Kunzi. Just to check coloring, mean shooting the coloring. Was the numbers, the colors, numbers, well, you can't relate. Equivalent on the map. Kule map. Ndiyazi ke wena. Sizokwazi ukwenza sense kwezenzo officials zona ziyayazi yabona but it's very difficult for me to translate. It was 3 colors, the numbers. Normal kudla ngoba kwi colors kuthiwe I drought. The color, this color, don't this and that. And then I complex. Okwesibini Chair, yokugqibela nje le. Ngokwe feasibility study that they've done. Ideally, how many billions or trillions would you need to address challenge in rural areas? Yeah, department. Ideally. And it normally says but ideally, transcendence and any speed work saying analysis, feasibility study, how much would you need? Bangati, develop up and Elon Musk. Did not matter. Ningati nifuna mali. Kule department ukuze at least this resolve as proper ideally. So class engage asazi ba yeah.
Maybe the same question could be asked in relation to the amount of resources that we would need as a country to actually do justice to land reform. You know, how much do we need? I haven't actually had that kind of discussion. Okay, thank you. Over to the department.
Chair. Oh,
Nyambos.
yes, sorry, Chair. Now, I heard on the map that red stands for the rurality of that particular province. Then I saw that in the Western Cape there is no red. So, which means these shacks and these places where blacks and colored are residing in the Western Cape, the question then is, are they also developed or they are staying in developed areas? Which is likely true, but also not, because as you go into the outer side of the city of Cape Town, the opposite is true. So it is misleading. I would have loved that they must do what we call demographic parity on racial classification in Western Cape, so that you tell me Kylie, Chenyang, Philippi, and all these black township and colors, do you classify them that they are in the city of Cape Town? And they are developed where they are, because there is 2 types of development. They are in the city, but they are staying next to the airport, full of shacks. What do you call that? If there must be a description, because then if you don't do that justice, you are likely going to mislead
and probably rob those people a development, because as we sit here, it is clear there is no ruralness in Western Cape, and then you paper over that. But I know, because I'm here, I pass them every day, but they're not classified, which means there's no reporting on them.
Thank you. Over to the department. Honorable Atigizela, okay.
Chair, I think we need to have a clear understanding that rural does not necessarily mean underdeveloped. It is true, and partly Unyambose, Western Cape is not classified as a rural province. You have shacks in urban areas and you have farms. While it is true that there are many areas where there are shacks that are not developed, but does not necessarily mean just because an area has shacks, it's a rural area. Chair, I thought I was going to allow the department to respond before maybe we take a second bite, and I'm going to resist the temptation of taking a second bite before a department. Because my first question was a definition of a rural area, which I think maybe might lead or might not lead to a second bite, because it would be helpful, Chair, for us to have a common understanding of what is our understanding of a developed rural area, as Member Mletama also alluded to.
Well, thank you, honorable members. We really must understand that we are dealing with a very complex matter here, which is, let alone rural development, just development. So, sitting here, I was actually thinking, Oguti, some of the issues we may not find answers here. It might actually warrant a rural development in Daba to actually unpack some of the things that we are actually talking about here. But be that as it may, I would actually allow the department to respond to the questions and comments that have been made.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the honourable members for the variety of questions. I'm going to, before I give over to DDG Moyo, and I think there's over 38 very specific questions. I think we received a lot of proposals from the floor that we can obviously take back, and also I'll discuss some of those right now. I just want to thank you for those questions. I think that as we go into the session and answer, we will look at the structural concerns that you raised. We will speak to the design of rural development itself, and I think Didi Moyo is adequately placed to answer that in terms of how we define rural development for the department. Then we've got the questions really go to the heart of what the department is there for. I think we understand that we are under budgeted. And that in itself, I think the honourable members have indicated the police budget is one in what is made available. But I think that's room for expansion and our discussions with National Treasury to look at how do we motivate for more money within this this mandate that we have. I think if you look at the work that we've done over the last few years, with the very small resources we've had, there's significant work that has been done that has changed the lives of people. And I think the problem that we very often have is to find continuity in keeping that program going. Many of the programs, like the NARISEC program that we started, it was initially designed from the Kenyan program, where it was a mindset change program where people in rural villages were trained and capacitated to fix things in their daily lives. There's the Kenyan program, for instance, focuses on motor mechanics. I think the first thing they have to do as young recruits in the Kenyan youth program is they have to make a bolt and a nut. And they have to, but from 2 pieces of metal. That's it. You have to make a bolt and a nut. And the reason that you have to be able to make a bolt and a nut before you can continue with the program is to show that you can fix things in your community. That's the easiest way to fix something, is to join something together with a bolt and a nut. And what I learned from that program was that some of the youth, it took a week to make a bolt and a nut, and others it took 4 months to make a bolt and a nut. But everybody had to make a bolt and a nut to produce. And I think that mindset change of being in the rural village, the honourable members, I think we can definitely go and the department with our geospatial information, the villages, we can do that count, and that's very possible to do, and I think that has been requested, so we can definitely deal with those matters. I think then on the 38 questions that came from the floor, I'm going to ask Diriji Moyo to respond to them, and she will then direct as she needs to the various chief directors, chairperson, as we move forward. But thank you very much for the questions. Thank you.
Over to you, DDG.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members, for the questions as well as the recommendations. And maybe before I go to individual one, I think one should agree with the assessment that rural development has not been taken serious since 1994. If we're to look at the history of the function, it started being at COCTA when it was the PLG with local government. And for that period, the focus of rural development was on the program Vusana Madolop. That was the focus, which did not look at all the other areas, whether socio-economic, but it was about municipalities. It then moved, as part of the restructuring of government, it went to presidency. And when it got there, it focused on war and poverty, which largely looked at the social basket. After a couple of years, chairperson and members, it moved to land. And it took a focus on looking at the farms and how to support the farms. Hence, it did not have a branch like we have. It had 2 branches, DDGs, one focusing on rural enterprises and one focusing on infrastructure. But there was no unit that looked at it in its comprehensiveness and the complexities. In 2022, with the NCOP, I joined in 2022. That's when we started forming this branch called Rural Development. And that's the history, that everywhere where it is, it takes a different shape, it changes the definition, it changes the focus. In the challenges, you will pick up, we raise the issue that when you keep on restructuring a program, there's no consistency, and therefore you are not able to record progress or impact. And that's where we find ourselves. That from 2022 to now, even the different chief directorates, you would have heard me saying there's a supernumerary we took from somewhere to come in and play this role. So I'm basically saying, indeed, rural development has not been taken serious, and it is our 3rd year trying to build the integratedness of ensuring that there is alignment, there's integration, but there is one voice across the entire country. Indeed, we are still struggling with national departments where there was a request that we must give what each department has committed in terms of rural, in terms of programs and rand value. It's an exercise we started doing in the 3rd quarter of last year. And 50% of the departments did not respond, despite the former DG Ramasodi writing letters, us meeting with them. As it is, we went to the DG's cluster a month ago to say we are now going to cabinet to share the state now. So every department who did not respond, we are going ahead. It is just 2 weeks ago where the DG said, give us another time. We've never had to report on rural development. So we have given them the time, hence we are not going to cabinet this week, so that they all see the seriousness of them putting aside money to say this, when it comes to arts and culture, what are you doing in rural areas? Where exactly? Give us the coordinates. How much money? And the DGs themselves at national level are only now starting to review their plans to pay attention to rural development. If we go to provinces, because it's a concurrent function, every province except Eastern Cape and Northwestern Cape have got the function of rural development. They are called Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, some have got environment. But Western Cape and Eastern Cape have taken that function away. But for those that have the function, don't have staff whose job is to make sure that rural development. So it is when we start engaging, we've had many bilaterals with provinces, and all of them will tell you, I'm only doing agriculture, don't tell me about other things. We have recommended that the Premier's office needs to come on board, because if the line Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is not listened to by roads and public works, by health, by education, then the Premier's office needs to come on board to force those MECs and HODs to make sure that there's a concerted effort. So this is what we deal with on an everyday basis. And that is what I think contributes to when we share how much impact has been made. But I can say that with the process that I'm explaining, that DGs are now looking into it. But not only at national level, that whatever DG transport is doing, it must speak to what transport is doing in the province. That must be synergy. So we're not only coordinating, we are bringing those synergies, forcing integration, forcing alignment between what the spheres of government is doing, and making sure that there's a nerve center that can be able to pull out this information on every sector. I won't talk on the budget because we have a chairperson and members met with National Treasury. They simply see us, and I think it speaks to your comments that people see rural development differently. We see ourselves playing that nexus role and intervening where there are blockages and where people are not doing what they're supposed to do, speaking to them. But Treasury told us, yours is to check what other departments are doing and report. Therefore, we're not going to give you money. You will look at what they've given us before and now. And that is they've made a decision. And I would welcome members with that workshop, maybe with the voice from Parliament, it will be able to change that. The role is not just give me a report, put it together, are you talking to that one? But it's about playing that strategic role as a nexus to make sure that even from a statistical and research point of view, we are able to say this is where we were, now this is where we are, and this is where we are going. Even with the strategy and the 6 pillars, DGs in the economic cluster were very open. We've never been asked to report on this, give us time. We're going to review, which means even their APP and the strat plan, we actually went to the MTDP to analyze what did they commit for MTDP. And we're already picking up that some of the things they're committing, they have not even included them in their plans. It's something they will do in 5 years. We have done the analysis. We are meeting every department individually so that we can assist them to extract from their plans and their budget that where are you doing this thing? Give us coordinates. And we are a bit of a nuisance to them because it's a new thing. It has never happened in the last 30 years. So I thought I should just mention that so that and the fact that we are a branch that is not taken serious, even the department. The focus is land. And you have seen even with the APP, we are just one-liner. I do think that we are able to do some mileage while we are a branch with the support of our principal, both the minister and the deputy minister. But there's a need for other ministers to commit and the other DGs to commit to the agenda of rural development in the country. Yes, so I must say that even the Eastern Cape, moving the function of rural development from the MEC, it has moved it to the Premier's office. For us, it's a plus. It might not appear on the ESCO diagram, but the Premier sits at the center and is able to instruct the MECs to say, I want to see that. And at some point, there was a proposal, I think it was a year ago, Chairperson and members, when we were informed, you might be moving to presidency because you are not going to be able to coordinate and get everybody to commit where you are sitting. But with the announcement, we are here and we are happy to be here. The issues around us being able to do our work and get all the government centers to do their work because it is transversal. We are not supposed to duplicate their mandate, but we are supposed to make sure that when they carry out their mandate, they address two issues that villages are focusing on. And thank you for that assignment with regard to villages, and through special planning, we should be able to, because we have a map where it shows wards, wall to wall in all rural areas, but it doesn't specifically talk to villages. That information we do not have, but as acting DG, who's also responsible for special planning and land use management, who made a commitment, we should be able to get there. There were questions about the performance indicators of the integrated rural development strategy. We have set with every department to say, you are doing housing, you have a rural housing program, what are the targets? That's the process we are in now. Some have given us and we have the info, and some have not given us. This is the process I explained, that we are sitting with every DG's office to try and do that. The issue of institutionalization of rural development is exactly what I've just explained. The country must have one vision. We're sitting here, we're saying it's transversal, you all have to do the work, and then on the side they say it's your problem. National Treasury says, just collect and give us a report, we're not giving any money to do anything. The bottom line is, department like transport, the way they work, they get money from Treasury to national government, they distribute to provinces, so they don't keep anything. It's through their maintenance grant. The provinces says, in the Eastern Cape, don't tell me about the food biking, don't tell me about the village access, I deal with proclaimed land, proclaimed roads. If it's not N1, R1, M1, don't talk to me. So we've had more than 10 engagements with transport to say, can you incorporate rural roads inside? They have agreed finally, but what is left is for national government to now translate it into the grant. As they transfer the grant to the province, they say certain percentage must be allocated to rural roads. What we do with the infrastructure where we identify a road and the little money we fix the road does not yield the intended results that we should do in every village. And that's where the challenge is, as well as Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. They do bridges, they do LECs where they, if you look at their program, it's national road, it's regional road. Nothing goes to the village. And I thought I should just handle that. That speaks to the issue of institutionalization. The reduction of targets, I think we have explained, it's the budget, and also is that the build industry team, at some point we had over 50 people who come from the build industry, construction engineers. We've lost a lot, because every time somebody left, the post was de-established and it disappeared, and we are not able to recruit. The little 18 that we're able to keep is what we will recruit. So if you have less staff, less money, the targets will go down. Issues of maintenance of infrastructure, particularly from the infrastructure that we do. Previously, we would construct and hand it over, but the beneficiaries, be a municipality or a province or even a cooperative, did not have the budget to maintain it going forward. So we have taken a decision that in the little budget we have, when we allocate a project, we will allocate maintenance for a period of time until they are able to maintain their own infrastructure. Then Honorable Madikizela, I think the point about scratching the surface, you are correct. I couldn't falter you. The issues about stakeholders coming on board, the rural development in Daba, we actually had completed the concept note that the Honorable Minister had also said we must have an Indaba this particular year. And we have worked out the proposal of bringing all these stakeholders together in one place. Maybe that will be complementary to the workshop that the members are speaking to. Issues of rural governance are also on the agenda to deal, because at some point there must be coexistence of all the legal entity for one purpose, which is to improve the rural areas. There were issues of Amakosi, I think we've covered that. The issues of powers, that we should have powers to be able to implement. In the last portfolio committee where we presented the infrastructure, you gave us that recommendation, chairperson and members, and we can indicate that we had started writing the rural development bill because we don't have any specific legislation for rural development. It is on the plan that was submitted, both the policy and the bill. And I think at some point we will be able to share, or maybe in the workshops, of some of the elements of that. Because indeed, we don't have any other power except the IGR Act to force any department to do anything. The issue from Honorable Boshoff that speaks to the mandate of RD being huge, that's correct. The issue around whether we are continuing from the apartheid old operation of the native law, no, we can't continue with that. Where we are now, we're talking about transformation of rural areas, villages, both from a social point of view and economic point of view. So definitely not. We are basing our work on the legislative and policy provision that we have outlined, and the Native Act is not part of it. And the issues around greenhouses in DR, we will check, honorable members, but I can tell you that rural development, as we said, same as agriculture, you're talking to agriculture now, which is under the Department of Agriculture. They have work that national government do. They also have work that provincial government do. But there are also municipalities that decided to have a member of mayoral committee responsible for agriculture. So we're not sure the project you're speaking to which sphere of government. If you would like us to follow up, we can get more information. Then the issue of looking at villages, we certainly will do with the help of the acting DG. The feasibility study that we referred to, it was linked to the sugar mill. The second feasibility is the one that we're looking at the state of rural development with HSRC. But Mr. Kelvin will speak to the sugar mill feasibility study and where we are. The blockists that were here were speaking to the range of things that we do under agri-parks, under the AMP. The agriculture and the agro-processing master plan is run by the Department of Agriculture and not by rural development. But this is from the framework that if you were to do any of those work, what are the things that you will look at? It was not claiming that we have delivered on the sugar mill, but I think Mr. A.C.D. Naidu will give an update. The model of village development, we appreciate that input. I think it's something we will look into. The issue that Honorable Kitama raised about the 2030 NDP 2030 targets, out of all of them, 7 are agriculture owned. So even we have engaged the National Planning Commission that you cannot only put agriculture as the only sector leading rural economy. You need to ensure that you enhance, because they are reviewing it, that you must bring in all the other sectors that are important for district-led economic development. And as you look at it in our reporting of where we are, indeed we are nowhere close to achieving that. But if you were to look at the NDP and the relationship within the programs, that chart that you asked us to do to show what was the NDP saying, what are we saying in CRGP, what the strategy is saying, certainly we can put something together to show the different areas. We do think that the policy that we are developing and legislation will also bring them together. But we agree where you are saying we need to sit, reconceptualize, and make sure everybody in the country has the same vision and the same understanding. And indeed, even the people who own the past have got a completely different. They do think that even the money we have, we shouldn't be having. They have indicated, why don't you take NARISEC to education? It's their job. Leave it, let them do it. We know they're not going to do it. The same thing with infrastructure. They've told us this money we can give it to transport and DPW. Yours is just to coordinate. So I think re-looking at our mandate is the way to go. I don't know if on issues of infrastructure, CD Nigel, you want to touch on those issues?
Maybe before Mr. Naidu comes in, I would request you, DDG, to go back to slide 21, where you actually said that box number 2 is agriculture. Did you say that? And I was wondering what other, because in other boxes as well, there are activities that you could actually put into the second box as agriculture. So can you explain that?
Thank you, Chair. So in this slide, it fell under the area of us indicating the last 5 years what were some of the work we were doing. So in terms of category, the first block agriculture is the agri-park, so it's infrastructure for agricultural sector. If you look at the second one around the sugar and the cotton, there's definitely agriculture, it's a commodity support. If you look at the block in the middle, number 3, it's a socio-economic, which according to our mandate now, after the NCOP, we are meant to focus on only the third one, with the 2 blocks on the left as well as the 3 blocks on the right in terms of your animal field management, the fencing that Honorable Mkhaga raised, the dipping tanks, the feedlots, we have the boreholes. We used to do them before the separation with agriculture. But now that we separated 1 April, the directive is all work that relates to agriculture must come out of rural development with its money, and it has moved to agriculture. The same thing with irrigation schemes. You saw where we showed you pictures of what we have done before. The solar irrigation schemes, all those under River Valley is also moved to agriculture. The issue around farm worker housing, the restitution. So our rural infrastructure assisted the labor tenants where they have resettled labor tenants, there's a need for housing. We use our expertise and the capacity that's there where they must be building the houses for farm workers and the issue of restitution. So that particular one supports land reform that will remain within the department. So only 2 blocks out of the 6 will remain in our department, which is the socio-economic infrastructure as well as the land reform. But all the others which we have been doing, not only in the last 5 years, but probably in the last 10 years, according to the split directive, are now functions that falls within Department of Agriculture because they were seen as infrastructure supporting agriculture. Therefore, the directive was what if agriculture must all go together. So unless they approach us to say, please implement on our behalf, that's when we will get involved. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Naidu was actually going to have a bite on some of the questions that were.
Thank you, Chairperson. My function regards rural infrastructure development and the projects that we undertake under the Rural Development Program, so I will respond in alignment to that function. With regards to the questions that we received, Honorable Adams referred to the regression in the number of projects that we undertake as rural infrastructure and asked that it actually should be advanced. I think the critical thing has been alluded to across the presentation is that there's been a demise in our budget. We've been speaking about the figure being less than R1 million. At one stage, rural infrastructure development alone had a budget in excess of R1 billion. Our staff component at that time was also much higher. And as the DDGs explained, we've had a continuous reduction of our budget and a inability to replace staff, which means we function with this very small skeletal staff, and the budget that we have is receding, and infrastructure gets more expensive with time. The price of concrete, steel, and everything goes up. So our capacity to do and the number of projects that we are undertaking is on a decline because of that trajectory, and it's something I think that needs to be looked at at a larger level. I think the other question you asked was also regarding the slide and the reference to catalytic projects. So the second block there, AAMP, stands for the Agro Master Plan. That's AAMP. So the master plan itself has referenced several catalytic areas and catalytic agro master plan projects. When the master plan was conceptualized, and us as the rural development component also had an influence. They have different pillars as well. Their pillar 2 is infrastructure. And we contributed towards several large projects. Those are what we call catalytic. So the sliding rail for sugarcane farmers, that is completed. It's been in operation for about 4 or 5 years. The cotton ginnery in Makatini, that project we're currently doing. I think the portfolio committee, when they did visit Makatini, visited that site. It's considered a catalytic project because that area of Makatini currently has, I think, 1,518 small-scale farmers that form Ubongwa cotton. Ubongwa cotton currently does dry farming, so they're not irrigated, but it's a cash crop that traditionally is a subsistence cash booster, you could say. But because the cooperative is responsible for the ginnery that they have there, and it's very inefficient, it's very old, the cost to actually do the milling of the cotton is then transferred on to the small-scale growers, which means their profitability is very low. So we're doing an improvement of the gin, so the efficiency of the cotton farming, well, the cotton production will be increased, which will render higher profitability to these people. It will also be future-proof to allow them to go onto irrigation because the potential in that area is immense. They've got the Jozini Dam, they've got immense access to water, they've got water rights. So when infrastructure in line with the NDP starts to come into that area, the ginnery will be there to support the growth of that area. That project, I think we invested about 126 million rand in 2 phases. The equipment is currently in Durban. It was internationally sought. We're currently doing phase 2, which is the housing of that equipment, which is in procurement. With regards to the sugar mill, there's a feasibility study. I think Honorary Matlala also asked about it. We're doing a feasibility study first that's been sought with the small-scale farmer development agency, SAFTA, as well as other institutions in KZN, as well as part of the AMP. We've appointed GTAC, which is Government Technical Advisory Services, from National Treasury to undertake that. We have a transactional advisory team that's busy with that. We're hoping that by the end of this financial year, we would have concluded with that, and then we would make a determination on how to proceed. It's being structured in a triple P manner, in a way to sort of entice private sector involvement, because it's unlikely that the department alone will be able to fund. You can see what our funding looks like. So it's trying to factor in future investors to come on board and the ability then to make it more realistic rather than just a plan that we hand over to the community and ask them to fund it themselves without any expectation that that funding will exist. Honorable Madikizela, yes, we understand the issue of rural roads, and I think the DDG outlined what we've come to realize about rural roads is that the classification of rural roads doesn't exist. Basically a third of the roads in South Africa, which predominantly are all in rural areas, don't have a classification that allows the National Department of Transport to issue any form of maintenance grant towards it. So you have your national roads, your provincial roads, you have your municipal roads, but all of what they call rural access roads, are the roads in between villages and things, they fall within the gaps. And I think if you look at a lot of the stuff that's on the slide with regards to the programs and interventions that we do, for the little money that we have, it falls within the gaps of every other department. So if you look at for irrigation schemes, for instance, the Department of Water does bulk systems. They do bulk up to a certain point. They don't do the reticulation. They don't fund that. So our intervention is then to help the small-scale person who doesn't have access to the reticulation. But the Department of Water will tell you their mandate has been achieved because they provided bulk to an area. So it's the same for animal and felt. I think Honorable Makeka was speaking. You obviously know a lot about subsistence farming based on your comments about what is required in rural areas. But those programs were created. So we've got animal and felt management program. They do things like boreholes, dip tanks, fencing, and these are for smallholder farmers in communal areas. So they were falling outside of the support that is normally granted by the Department of Agriculture when this program was started. And we were not part of agriculture at that time. So it was specifically tailored to cater for the people that you're referring to in rural communities, because you're right, there's a fundamental requirement for them to be able to farm subsistently. That speaks to the whole spectrum of things there. They fall within gaps. And that little money that we have as infrastructure, that's what we use to sort of fill those gaps. It may sound insignificant, but the impact that it has to the community that benefits from it is substantial enough for them at least. With regards to the other questions that were asked about how we classify rural villages and how we utilize not just Stats SA, there's several classifications for rural categorization. CSIR as an index, the Center for HSRC also has a determination. They don't consider it by village though. You were asking about the number of villages and the classification of villages. So HSRC, for instance, they have a classification of 213 municipalities, and they have an index that shows vulnerability to poverty. And what you'll find is almost all of the ones that fall below the classification for being, there's a threshold that they use, are all rural municipalities. And then they have a number there that is associated to tell you which is the most impoverished. For instance, on that classification, you'll find Tabankulu municipality. You're talking about the Eastern Cape, is the lowest classified there. So it also speaks to the rurality. So Tabankulu, for instance, based on that there and the ward extraction that you get, will be the most deepest rural and the most rural villages in the country. So it does exist. Can I stop there?
Okay. Chair, there's a question around cannabis that I thought we shouldn't leave out, and I want to ask.
Would you like to use your mic? Are you using?
Yes, Chair. Dr. Maindi Bosch, who's the Chief Director for Technology Research and Development, will respond to the cannabis question that came through.
Good afternoon, honorable members, and thanks to DG and colleagues and acting DG. I'm just going to respond briefly since Honorable Adams requested for more details on the medical cannabis research project that we have done. So maybe what I should indicate here, I think slide 39 should also be there. What I can indicate is that we have what is called the African Legacy Cannabis Program, where the knowledge holders from different provinces have grouped themselves and to just do projects or the production of their cannabis plants. So the purpose of the project is actually to establish an inclusive, sustainable and globally competitive cannabis industry in South Africa. And these people that are doing this work on cannabis are in those pockets of provinces where there's a lot of poverty happening, and they are trying to earn a living out of them. So what we are trying to do is to assist them due to the challenges that they face to get their products to the market. So we assist them with research firstly,
and the development of the products. We look at the innovation that is required for them to actually get to the level where they can extract the best, land races that are needed for the medicinal element. So, because they don't have expertise in terms of that, they don't have infrastructure, you know that some of these things, they require laboratories. And that is why we have brought in various universities in this to assist us. The other challenge is that the cannabis industry is highly regulated. So people from deep rural areas, they will not know how to move around, with regard to that. So we assist them to brand their products in order to meet the regulatory standards and other requirements, which also include the marketing of their products in both formal, in international and local markets. So now they also require finance to introduce quality of their products and to make them regulatory compliant, even at all those markets that we're talking about, local, regional, and global. So now, if we were to summarize in terms of the benefits of the project, is for them to have that global market access and to have industrialization of the cannabis sector. And obviously that will come with a lot of jobs in that. So the research program was aimed at the preservation and development of local and high-yielding medicinal cannabis land races. And here we're talking about your genetic properties, which sometimes it is known that they change depending on the climatic conditions. And with climate change happening like globally, it affects them. So currently, our cannabis in this country is known to be the best, because of our conditions, currently climatic conditions. Yes, Bondoland, exactly. So, and it's true. So the research that was conducted was aimed at providing processing and product development innovation. So provided that to those local communities so that they can produce their products. Some of them are cannabis-based oils, and there are also other products. And now, in terms of the South African outdoor cultivated cannabis strain, as I've indicated, it is the best suited for African natural medicines, including your plant-based pharmaceuticals. That is why the pharmacology departments in universities are the ones that we are working with. So the project, I think DDG has already indicated that it's collaborated with the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and we have all those other research institutions that are involved, your CSIR, your ARC, and then you have your University of Free State, University of Limpopo, University of KZN, Walter Sisulu University. If you look at them, you'll see those are the previously disadvantaged universities that we're working with, and they are very efficient. So in terms of that slide, it shows exactly, where these groups that I mentioned are located. The first one there you can see in the Eastern Cape, Bondoland. There are about 8 members in a group that is running that. We have also in Bolotwa, where we have 10 members. You have in Moroka Village, still also under Eastern Cape, 10 members as well. I think the information is there in your in your documents. I don't know if I have to go through that, but I just wanted to highlight that the number of beneficiaries are indicated. It will show you where we have a lot. You can see Eastern Cape again. It has a lot of beneficiaries because a lot of those indigenous knowledge holders are working on that, and it's actually in the mountains where they are harvesting this cannabis from. So I think I'll stop here. Thanks.
I'm not sure, I can't see clearly. I'm not sure whether Msinga and Nongoma are part of the list, because for hundreds of years they've actually been producing cannabis and supplying the rest of the country. and the Msinga area, that's actually the commodity that women actually participate in growing. So I wonder, why would they not be there and be assisted to do it formally than they have been doing over the last, decades?
Yeah. If I may respond to that, Honorable Chair, we'll also involve them. I think the first part, some of the groupings that were there, they were ready with their co-ops. They had already grouped themselves to conduct further product development activities. And some of them, I think, were identified by the universities themselves, where they have realized that there are those land races that they have found in those areas. So we'll investigate further in terms of Msinga. There are also other provinces where there was still a little bit of work that was starting. So it is not reported here. You may find that is also part of that. Thanks, Chair.
And perhaps it also has to do with the dissemination of information. Are they aware of such projects actually that are currently, underway? So I think we would need to look at that as well. Thank you. Are we taking the second bite? Okay. I will actually restrict, that 2 questions per member, because we are now going to have a problem of time. And 2 minutes to do that. 1 minute for a question, each question. 1 minute. No motivation. Okay, Mkhacha. Oh, maps. The legend on the maps is. The maps, your vulnerability index, which is actually on the maps. Okay.
All right, thank you, Chair. I think the maps, if there's any difficulty in reading the map, I think what we need to do is to correct that map, because I couldn't myself guess what the categories were if they are missing. So
can it be projected?
Yeah, let's just. I have the map right, and I can see it, yeah. Grade 6. Yeah, there we go. See, there. Okay.
It's a definition. The red one is too poor.
I'm going to read them from the pack. I think it's so the social vulnerability index. That's sorry. I was understanding that there wasn't a descriptive block, but I see it is there. And if you look at the dark red areas, the dark red areas are showing the vulnerability that they've determined in terms of the map that was done for the unit. So if we look at this, we'll see that it goes in a sliding scale to the least vulnerable. And I mean, if you look at the map generally, you'll see here that the dark blue areas on the map being the Gauteng area, you'll find certain areas here in the Western Cape. You'll find around eThekwini, you'll find the least vulnerable areas in terms of the rural poverty index that's been calculated. If you're looking for a definition of the rural vulnerability, then I can give you that. So I think what the map clearly shows is that the traditional rural spaces that have been designed by an apartheid spatial planning system, They really lie along the borders of the country, the Limpopo area. We've got KZN. And when you look at that vulnerability, you have to ask yourself, what was the indicators that were used to calculate that vulnerability. So I'm just getting that for you. Sorry? No, I think, Chair, I'm going to frustrate you here. So I think all we'll do is, and I know this is not, we will give you a written response on the vulnerability map along with the response on the villages that you requested. I think that
Maybe that would be better because I'm sitting here, I'm getting more frustrated as you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. But I would like to draw your attention to slide 28 before we actually have the second right. Slide 28, where you are actually talking about the NARISEC training per sector per province during the period of 2020 to 2024. You are actually saying that the total is 9,248. Then on slide 29, you actually have a total of 1,993 of the NARISEC youth linked to job opportunities per province during the same period. Now, I'm looking at the finance, real estate, business, services and administration sector actually getting a lion's share. And then also followed by health, safety, and security. Is there any reason why, one, agriculture is actually getting so low, which is, I think, 14? And then secondly, what happened to the rest of others? Because we are here talking about 1,993, and yet you actually trained 9,249. Where is the rest of the trainees?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. DDG Moyo will talk to the NARISEC program. Those figures, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say a few words before I give Chief Director Mashaba, who's responsible for NARISEC. So NARISEC, it started in 2010. And from 2010 until 2022, the training was what Acting DG explained. Youth were taken from rural areas, trained with the army, and they were sent back home. It is in March 2022 where we brought in that you will not only be trained at the army and go home, we will register you in colleges. We brought this incubation only from end of March, which started being implemented from 1 April. So these figures speaks to us linking them to jobs. Between 1 April 2022 to date, we were able to bring in that 1,900, link them to jobs. And then, the other balance in the next slide is those that started their own enterprises in slide 30, who started their own businesses. So the amount of the 9,000 is a combination of those who are part of the new policy that started from 1 April and those who are part of the old policy that did not incorporate phase 3 and 4. So when we amended the policy in March 2022, we added phase 3 and phase 4. 1 and 2 was the recruitment. You go to the army. What DG was saying, that the mindset and the discipline. Then they went back, and they went back to their old situation. So we then said we have a responsibility to make sure that they get certification, they get trained and qualified, they have something to go forward with. But also we will approach private sector for employability, those who want to do enterprise. That's why you see the numbers. It's from 2022, but Chief Director Mashaba might just want to add. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair and honorable members.
As per what DDG has indicated, the figures of the 9,000 are reflective of before the policy change in terms of linking young people to job opportunities. And since that has been put into place, we go out to look for partners and we partner with them who will then place the young people into these job opportunities. And you will also realize that in terms of those partners, most of them that you have received will then fall within that finance, real estate and business, and then you'll also have those that are doing health and safety and security because of the partners that you have partnered with and who are absorbing the young people. Otherwise, in other economic sectors, we have struggled to get partners that we are partnering with for the placement of the young people. That is why you'll have those numbers in terms of those two sectors being high for the young people that you have trained and placed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The second bite. Time is really very bad. Okay. Honorable Matikizela.
No, I'm not going to be
Okay,
long.
can I actually take a list of, make a list of those?
Yeah.
Okay. Khaga. Adams. Bosso. Okay, thank you, Honorable Matikizela.
No, Chair, I'm just going to leave these two advices to the department as we are about to wrap up. When they convene this indaba with the stakeholders, and I assume that they already know who your stakeholders are. And I think it's going to be important that you convene that indaba already with the knowledge of what the concerns of your stakeholders are. Because given the fact that you've been dealing with them for so long, you should know what is the concern of each and every stakeholder. So it mustn't be an indaba where people are going to raise the same issues they raised 20 years ago. Just like the national dialogue we are planning, as if we don't know what the issues affecting our people out there. So that we go there with a laser focus to really address those concerns if we are to really get around this issue of rural development as soon as possible. And the last advice is that we must be mindful that you will never get the amount of money that is needed to make impact in the rural development. We must understand, that is why the issue of roles clarification in this institutional arrangement is going to be very important. And for me, there are only two roles that I see for the department. One is to be an enabler in terms of legislation and also empower people, your stakeholders, who must be at the forefront of rural development. That's it. Because lastly, Chair, for us to really have rural development, we must use the lever that already exists in those communities. For example, you look at the issue of the tenure system if you want to attract investment, and also use the already existing tourist attractions. All we need is to empower people so that they are able, to be at the forefront of their own development in rural areas. And that's the role we need to play. To think that government will give money or will give allocation to rural areas for development, it will never happen. Let's just use the existing tools that we have and empower people to develop themselves.
Well, thank you, Honorable Matikizela. Honorable Mkhaga.
Thanks, Chair. Quick, Chair. I think, Chair, the information shared with us in terms of the attitude of Treasury towards this branch is very critical. And for me, we've been raising this issue of meeting Treasury. And maybe in that indaba, we must invite the Treasury, I also address on both issues of land and this branch, so that we understand exactly what is it, because you can't allow a situation where you establish your chronogram, structures, etc., and you fail to fund the very structures you have established. I wouldn't understand that. So that's one chair. Maybe we must think about along those lines. Two, the model of a village of tomorrow becomes important. And perhaps through your feasibility studies, you can develop this model and cost it so that we know exactly what would be the requirements to ensure that not generally, but our villages, we are making an impact in terms of development in that space. The third one, Lone cannabis, still in the province of the Eastern Cape, people around the Pondo area are still plowing and hiding their cannabis because they don't trust. In fact, we are underpaying them. They were making a lot of money before cannabis. Now that it has been formalized, we are underpaying them, exploiting them. And that is why they are resisting now to assist the process of going forward. Otherwise, there are billions and billions of monies that could be accrued out of that particular program. It's a very formidable program, but the problem is that your approach now in dealing with the cannabis disadvantages the producers of that. They plow it even in their gardens, etc., etc. So maybe, and this question of arrest, asabanjwa abantu kule nto entsango. And I thought that the arrest has been lifted as far as Ntsango is, but there are arrests that are still continuing. So I'm saying there are those challenges that are confronted. The last one, Chair, the role of the private sector. I couldn't capture exactly what has been the contribution of the private sector as far as the rural development is concerned. I couldn't. And maybe as part of your report, you should explain to us exactly what is the role of the private sector as far as this. I've mentioned 68 small towns in the area. In those small towns, there are white people with businesses. As far as this is concerned, consider this question of constructing dams in villages. It's a question of life and death. It's a question of life and death. If you go to Senegal, in a city called Dakar, surrounded by villages, well, they didn't have money. They built dams, but they cement their dams. People are getting clean water from those dams. Was in the project of the villagers. They simply provide cement, etc. Villagers would do it their own. I'm saying that there are such options that you could consider as far as, but there's no way that a village, the whole village, has got no water. Instead, they choose to go to rivers to fetch water where their livestock drinks water. So I'm saying, Chair, it's a matter of urgency on this one. Otherwise, our people really are struggling in those areas. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khakha. Honorable Adam.
Thank you, Chair. I was. No, member.
Honorable Adams is on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I was covered on the issues on NASREC program, so I have other questions that I wanted to raise, only two. On rural infrastructure project, impact on rural economic, give the centrality of infrastructure development to rural economic transformation. How will the department mitigate the potential negative impact of fewer completed projects in 2025 and 26? Thank you.
Half a minute, Honorable Mkhakha.
No, so my apologies, Chair. My apologies, my whip. I'll get him behaving a lot over work. No, Chair, in page 3 of its definition, and this is what worries me, is clearly indicating that the people living, second sentence, bullet 1, and I won't read the whole sentence, people living in rural areas, mostly under traditional councils, and those living in communal land. Bullet 1, page 3. And now I wouldn't understand the exclusion of the no, the colored community. Khoisan. Yeah, Khoisan. Khoisan. Well, the war that was fought by Makanda and Chief David, the one who threw the airport Sepai, was exactly about this during the apartheid, when they were fighting apartheid, in defense of their chieftainship and their kingdoms around this particular issue. Now, I wouldn't understand why categorization excludes them. And yet you've got a rich history in terms of the wars that were fought in Sarapatman, the whole area around half of the Western Cape. That's why Cape administration was in Port Elizabeth. And I'm saying, when we are writing our history, at least mustn't I lose the history in many instances. But now it disadvantages a greater population because it's not included and incorporated in terms of your own analysis. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to confirm on the matter which I raised just now. It was a COSP project and apparently under the provincial department because the sign has a, the logo of the province. And I have some photos in 22, 23, and at present there's nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambosa.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give context to say, in a South African context, when you say rural, you can't divorce it with poor, and you can't divorce it with black, and you can't divorce it with lack of opportunity. You can't divorce it with lack of economic circulation in those areas. So therefore, when we are saying rural, mainly you will find our own kin and kind being classified there. The one who is rich, which Matigizela is talking about, is a white man in that rural sphere. So which means it's loaded with racism, especially in Western Cape, because they say they are no longer classified as rural, but we will have more of racism where poverty on the black is high and then and richness on the white. That's why then here in Western Cape, we must come up with a different classification. You can't have these shacks in Khayelitsha and the ones next to the airport. And then you don't say anything about because the state of the province is such that it is no longer rural. So which means there is more of classism between rich and poor.
then we must then use a medium or a mechanism to still find our people because they are there and they are not part of the reporting of Western Cape, which means when we deal with Western Cape, we must be specific and intentional to say, where are the blacks? What is their state? Because you say your province is no longer rural, is developed. So we must then coin it differently to say, what do you call this? Then it means informal settlement. Who are black? No opportunities, no economic circulation. Then between agriculture and rural development, as you were divorcing, I'm picking up an undertone that says the activities that are happening in the rural area. When it comes to agriculture department, they get given those activities as if they are flying in the air. Yet the domain and the base where these activities are happening are in a rural setting. So as you were contesting for what comes to rural development and what goes to agriculture, I see that it was a contestation to the point that phasing each other out to say we're taking the cream of the crop activities, take it to Minister Steenhuisen. And then Nyonzo, we're giving you the remainder, whatever that is, and clearly, but it's not the good-looking ones. And as a result, that's why we are sitting with this problem. But let me give you something that can work for you as rural development. Under legacy of apartheid and legacy of forced removal, legacy of Land Act, the following stakeholders, that's where you must collect your monies because they benefited from the creation of this rural backwardness. The British government, they created during 1910 when the Union of South Africa was established, the apartheid government in 1948 when they were established, the democratic government in 94 when they were established, because nothing much had changed, so I do mention them. Then you have mining houses. So you look at Chamber of Mines South Africa, Property Association, at the conglomerate level, these are people who are making money. Service Delivery Council municipalities, you're talking about 257 of them. Commercial industries, these are companies that are established, you find them at CIPRO by 2007, you had over 500,000 of them, and you have this cross-directorship of whites directing for this company and their syndicate. Sandra, when they were building all the national roads, they're making money even today. So this is a cluster where you can piggyback to redress the imbalances of the past. So when you say rural development, wherein 92% are involved, go to these stakeholders. All of them, they are owing the people who are 22 million or 25 according to Honorable Mkhaga. Take that constituency. Those are the people we are concerned about. Because the others, they have what we call a disposable income by access and by location, and they are not here. But these 22 or 25 million, these are permanently poor, permanently having no access to opportunities. Everything to them is permanent. Therefore, focus on these. As you do, you use these as a leverage. Their monies, their legacy monies that are sitting out there, they must pay. And we have a report on land claims where as Amakosi, our claims are still standing. They must still pay. So as we redress the imbalances of the past, we are not just returning land alone with money made during what we call in economics opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is the value of the foregone opportunity, but we must bring clarity. We are paying the white people who dispossess us more than their commission of poverty that they caused. We are using a flawed economic approach. Opportunity costs in this case are the blacks who lost their land, which is an effect of production. As a result, white made money using the land of the blacks. Therefore, this time the roles have changed. Those who made money over 112 years must give back to the 22 million or 25 whom they dispossess of 112. That's mathematics.
and they must pay back. That is how we must coin it. And then the rest, I picked up the attitude of
Wind up, Nyambos.
kulungile baba, kulungile. Nyawinda ngempela. I picked up the attitude of Treasury. Treasury, actually, the undertone is this seventh administration should do nothing about land. It is against the background why we are not being given a budget. It is not on their agenda, this seventh administration. So we are a nuisance even ourselves who are raising the issue of land. According to them, we should have moved on 30 years later, whereas nothing has been done. So we are supporting you in saying we must redress this. And we are touching the land claims that are not yet resolved, the 5,000 plus, where in Amakosi are more. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ketama, did you indicate any intention to? Okay. Thank you. Honorable Madlala as well, I did not see his hand. Thank you. It's covered. Okay. Would you like to respond, Acting DG?
I think it would be fair for DDG Moyo to take the last round of the second bite so that we don't leave any stone unturned here. DDG Moyo, do you want to respond to?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ADG. I think the advice from Honorable Madikizela in terms of the key elements that we should look at in terms of the rural development in Daba, and I'm sure into the workshop, is much appreciated. We've also noted the recommendation in terms of what the role of the branch should be. In terms of the recommendation from Honorable Mkhacha about coming up with a model for a future village and costing it, it's something I think the DG did indicate that we will look at the special planning and the GIS team to make sure we map the villages. And then with the work that TRD does in terms of the household vulnerability that goes to villages, we will then have to go into those villages and do that assessment that Honorable Mkhacha is indicating for us to be able to cost based on what are the current realities on the ground. And the issue about cannabis, Chairperson, we have noted that the universities we work with and the research institution might have picked those that they know, but the need for us to be open about our communication while noting the challenges that the cannabis growers are experiencing with issues of SAPs. We do know that there was indication that they can use cannabis to a certain level, but it's something that we'll have to pick up with the South African police in terms of them complying with the notice that was out. We did not speak in detail about the role of private sector. And the reason is that we don't have that data in detail. We have engaged the private sector through NEDLEC. They have a private sector representative, the civil society and government, and we have gone to them. The representative of the private sector, they had indicated that they wanted a workshop with us to look at who are their members or members of the private sector that are operating in different villages. That session is yet to take place with NEDLEC, but at this point we do not have a report that stipulates when government does intervention in a particular village or in a local community, how do we then manage the coming in of private sector? And that requires us to work with municipalities, because the private sector, when they want to invest, they go to a municipality with a development planning or plan of investment. It is the municipal manager and the head of development planning that approves it. But you will find it's not in alignment with what that particular town needs to do. So it's that synchronization that we need to make between what private sector want to do for profit and what the municipalities approve. Because one of the things we raised with COCTA on our discomfort with how development planning investment is being approved is that they will just take somebody who says, I want to build a mall, and it gets approved by the municipality. You see it being erected. But then all the other small businesses around are removed and they are not part of that plan. So I think these are the things that when we engage private sector, work together with the municipalities, that will have to be addressed. The construction of dams, it's something that we'll look into. In terms of the work that we have done before, even before the 5 years, we have constructed dams for the farmers. I know in Limpopo we constructed 4 dams where farmers use it for irrigation, but they also use it for drinking water. But we have not gone to the full scale as you are now recommending. So it's something that we look at with the Department of Water. The definition of rural development, I think we are taking the challenge. The definition you see is what comes from the NSDF, National Special Development Framework, that was approved by Cabinet, but we do take the point that it does exclude the Khoisan. So when we do that rural development in Daba and the workshops, we'll make sure that there's inclusivity with regards to those. Honorable Adams, in terms of the impact of the projects for 2025-26 in terms of infrastructure, we've got the 33 projects that are supposed to be implemented in the various provinces. We have not, at this point, we are not able to indicate of, you were asking about an impact report of those. What we can do is to indicate the objective of each project and what we are hoping to change as an outcome of each of those programs. So from the project register that we have, we should be able to indicate what project, where is it, in which village, in which town, and what is the intended outcome, and who benefits from that particular project. Then Honorable Boshoff, on the project in the province, I think if you are able to give us those pictures, we can talk to our colleagues that we work with in the province and get the state. And the provinces as well have got their own share of budget that they get through CASP. But in terms of getting information, we can talk to our colleagues in Department of Agriculture on that one. Honorable Mtetwa, we take note of the recommendation of where to get the money. I guess with your assistance as Parliament, in terms of accessing the issue, but I think the point that you raise around redress, we agree. Issues around the economic approach that needs to be relooked at. I think those are definitely the issues that we would need to look at. I'm not, the other approaches of going to the British, we will really get guidance from Parliament on how do we do that role. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting DG and your team. I do want actually to say this in conclusion of our discussion and say that yes, indeed, we all acknowledge the fact that we are dealing with a very complex subject. Are you having your hand up, Acting DG?
Sorry, Chair, I just thought before you conclude, maybe if the department can conclude and then.
I thought she had concluded.
No.
Oh, then the acting DG, yes. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No. Chair, I just wanted to inform us that firstly, I think the department or rural development in the department is not a stepchild, and I don't think the minister views the rural development as a stepchild in land reform and rural development. It's an equal partner. He's already ascribed the deputy minister to drive this initiative. We've had numerous meetings with the minister, spatial planning when I was there. Didi Moyo has met with the minister, and the deputy minister is really looking at coordinating the function as we move forward. I do think that the final proof in eating of the pudding will be the Indaba. I really appreciate the ideas that have come out. We can start discussing the draft bill. We can start from a base, typically where we know what's been said over the last 20 years and allow those voices to be heard. We can bring in the private sector. That will strengthen that discussion, I think. Also, the geospatial work. I think that's and I'm passionate about the geospatial stuff, but getting, for instance, the vulnerability index. How's it measured? You know, how do we calculate this thing? Where are these villages? Draw the maps, overlay the number of people over that vulnerability map. So we see where the villages are, and we start giving you real information at a real time. So I really think we admit and we understand we have a limited budget. And we look at the systems of government to build on that budget, to strengthen the program. And also, and I think what DDG Moyo and working through the cabinet process to get a report to cabinet, we've actually activated in the minds of the DGs of the various departments that we need your information, because only when we have your information can we create better decisions. So, Chair, I just wanted to add that, sorry to interrupt you before we close, but I want to make it very clear that the department is committed, the minister is committed, and the Indaba will happen. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm excited to hear that the Indaba initiative is actually on the go, because that will actually clarify a lot of issues that actually have come up here. One actually would actually plead that part of the Indaba, attendance could be also the NGOs, because they are also doing a lot of what they call rural development out there. So it would be unfortunate if there was no synergy between what you are doing as a department with what they are actually attempting to do. But also very important from where I'm seated is the issue of the participation of the local people in the decision-making processes. That, for me, is very fundamental, because if you always actually come up with a top-down kind of approach, then you are going to end up creating white elephants out there, because there will be no buy-in from the community of what you are trying to do. I'm here talking about, for instance, if I may make an example, to amplify the point I'm making, is the issue of the one-stop service centers. They've become white elephants. At worst, people are actually saying, hey, we can't use this, this is a government thing. In case we break the window, Mkwanas is going to be all over us, and let's not touch that, So it lacks the local buy-in, and it lacks the participation of the people, because in the first instance, it was not them who said they wanted a one-stop service center. Maybe we provided something that was very low in their priorities, so for me it is important. And the second point is collaboration and interface amongst departments. Everyone is actually trying to do something out there. Your transport, you touched on it. So with the meager resources that we have as a government, collaboration and actually talking to one another is very important, because that will ultimately save you some few rands. Because why would you go and actually do the road in Tanzania or wherever Ilali has gone, when transport is also planning to go and actually do the road there? So that collaboration and interface is very, very important for me. The third point is the effect of climate change. People in the rural areas are actually affected severely by these climate changes. The government actually comes with, disaster management. It waits until there is disaster, before they could actually act. Now, I believe that some of these disasters can actually be prevented if we engaged our communities in good time and actually have some sort of an early warning system and assist them to get out of harm's way. I'm not too sure whether provinces are actually doing their bit here. I would plead that we actually also engage with them quite robustly, because I'm not too sure whether they are doing what is expected of them. The last point is we need to, at whatever intervention we are doing, reinforce the point about self-help and self-reliance to our own people, and deal with this syndrome of, the government must provide. The government must provide, because we are killing the initiative. One of the honorable members actually touched on this point and said, empower our people so that they can actually, on their own, begin to actually, manage their own affairs and manage their own life, because they've been doing these things before, self-sufficiency and so on. Why can't we actually do things to support that spirit of actually doing things for themselves? Thank you. On that, honorable members, because there is no lunch, I'm not. Yeah. There is no. Since there is no lunch, so that is why we are spot on in terms of time, because there is really, honestly, no lunch. And we still have minutes, which we can actually dispose of in less than 5 minutes. On that note, I would actually then release the department. Thank you so much, Acting DG. Thank you, DDGs and chief directors and your DG's team. Yeah, we are looking forward to attending that Indaba. This will be strictly rural development Indaba. We don't open it too wide, because then it's going to lose the focus. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Directors and DDGs.
Check your program.
There's oversight week in September, 8 to 12. of September. And in October also, I'm not sure of the dates in October.
Madam, we're still passing the minutes.
Thank you, honorable members. I just hope that we still correct. We are still correcting, and Honorable Adams is out. She's there. She may be responding to the call of nature, but she's still in the meeting. Yeah, we have three sets of minutes. One starting with the 21 for the 25th of June, 2 July, and 9 July. So unfortunately, we can't actually bundle them together and approve them. We will have to do them seriatim, one after the other. Okay, any proposal for the adoption of the minutes on the 25th? I see our secretary is a bit not happy that Honorable Adams is not back. You could probably go and check on her. Where is maybe Zwaki can. Minutes.
They were circulated last night.
No. Which one? Which date?
The 25th.
25th.
Who emails that I did? It was a strategic plans.
And the APPs.
Yeah, and APPs. Because that whole day meetings up on our 5.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, she did circulate. I mean, it's there on our emails.
Because we had a lot of listening.
I remember late last night. I remember late and it's our last meeting with God.
Okay, any proposal for the adoption? Honorable Mkhakha? Yes. Honorable Mkhakha is proposing, and Honorable Matigizela is seconding. The minutes on the 2nd of July. What were the issues there? Just to remind members.
It was Ramatlakane CPA and...
Or Ramatlakane CPA, I remember those. The Ramatlakane matter.
The budget vote report.
And the budget vote report. Honorable Matigizela, are you proposing? Oh, thank you. The seconder, Honorable Mkhakha. The 9th, the ones for the 9th of July.
It was a stakeholder meeting last week.
Or stakeholder meeting last week. One of our best meetings. I mean, everyone appreciated that meeting. I was inundated with calls from everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially the stakeholders were actually saying that they had never known Parliament to be so explosive and dynamic and robust in engagement of issues. They really appreciated that. Honorable Mkhakha, you proposing? Yes, thank you. And the second, Honorable Adams. And that takes care of our outstanding minutes. The meeting is adjourned.
Until next term.
It will be adjourned until next term. We are going on recess, is it next week, for the whole month. And then we are going to be sitting with the support team to identify a suitable date. I mean, dates on which we could have our strategic meeting. And also the issue of oversight visit. Perhaps in the minute that is left, we could just brainstorm which is the area, where do we go for oversight, so that we could actually leave our colleagues here with some indication of our preferences. Yeah. I remember last time we actually indicated interest of wanting to go and see Zebediela. Where is it? In Limpopo. So Limpopo becomes.
Last week there was the Northwest issue.
Oh, last week was the Northwest issue, the Ramatlakane issue.
And it came after.
So we have Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and Northwest to decide.
So we have Limpopo, Northwest, and Eastern Cape to decide on. Because Eastern Cape also is got lots of issues. The Mahadeve issue that is still lingering there, it has not actually. And the Ramatlakane Northwest, Honorable Isaac was complaining that Northern Cape is being neglected, and yet there are issues there.
Okay, let's brainstorm and then share with us.
Okay.
And then we will take it.
Yeah. Okay. No, thanks. Danke, danke. Tot since. Tot September. Oh, next week? No, tot September.
Yeah.